driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move to songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. We're driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move to songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. Downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move to songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. Let's go back to the days, down memory lane. Back to the times when our life was a breeze. Feel the freedom again, my mind was at ease. The sky was so blue when we rolled down the street. So, hey, I just wanna touch your vibe. I just wanna touch your vibe. Hey, I just want a good time, good time. We're driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move to songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. We're driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move to songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. Sun going down, living the dream. Everything's clear, but the lines on the freeway. Let's do it again, like back in the day. Nothing can stop us from living the feeling. Hey, I just wanna touch your vibe. I just wanna touch your vibe. Hey, I just want a good time, good time. Driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move to songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. Downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move to songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day, good day.
She a thirsty beach, I'm gonna visit your dreams. You can see you hear it, you know that she's near when you sleep. I be under your bed and I hear your fear. She a thirsty beach, I'm a thirsty beach, real thirsty, like a snitch on me. Now wake up, wanna hear you scream. It's not a dream. Run for your life, I hunt your heart. You can chase me, but I make you starve. You're a punk bitch, just a punk bitch. Run for your life, I seek you hide. You can chase me, 'cause I'm right behind. You're a punk bitch, just a punk bitch. Run for your life, run for your life, run for your life, run for your life. You're a punk bitch, just a punk bitch. Run for your life,
much time I did I pay my dues affiliated to this paper. I need freedom from my family line. Draw my life design up like fine art. I'm jumping off just an unfamiliar coordinates. Topped off the porch like I could touch the sky. Red is not one trillion. The ism talk the water out your faucet. Look at me flossing. I'm so wavy I could change the tide. My intuition sense the hatred in your ways. You imitated forging lines, claim meaning means that's just to justify. Yeah, right. West side, born maritime. Creole baby, my bloodline. My lungs clouded, my thoughts crowded. Say all I see is these dollar signs. Finna make a play and that sound delay. On mamas, I testify. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Game recognized game. I'm from the Bay, okay, I'm versatile and my slang was different. I'm lane switching with the same people that I came up in this thing with. My head swivel, I'm homebound. Got a target back on my backside. The cat peeling with the cast iron. Better run for it, run before I catch you. We get out ball it, block it. Trying to stop my blessing. Gamble with your life. Don't bet it, don't bet it. They can't stop my blessing. You do best not to test it. Yeah, you right. Real all in my blood supply. To get ball up top, finna make a play. I catch a lob like I'm Jalen, baby. No co-signer, no co-pilot. They pen pals, my flow designer. My brain signal out of range with it. My palm mission is a dollar sign. If I say it twice, then I meant it right.
My brain signal out of range with it. My palm mission is a dollar sign. You know, co-signer, no co-pilot. They pen pals, my flow designer. My brain signal out of range with it. My palm mission is a dollar sign.
Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds.
realize we don't go together. But it took us a while before we figured it out. What a shame. I'm not asking you for closure, I just want it to be over. We don't need to break up if we were never aligned. Is that okay? I shouldn't be yours if it means changing who I am to get us through. You shouldn't be mine because you're you. I've had enough, enough, yeah, I've had enough. Say you've had enough. We wanna love, love, but close is not enough. Say you've had enough. Yeah, I gave it time and you really tried, but you're sick and tired, baby, so am I. I've had enough, enough, yeah, I've had enough. Say you've had enough. When I met you in the summer, then you weren't such a bummer, and I wasn't as critical as I am now. Oh, I wish we could hit rewind and be younger, when we thought this love would last longer. Only a time machine could save us now. I've had enough, enough, yeah, I've had enough. Say you've had enough. We wanna love, love, but close is not enough. Say you've had enough. Yeah, I gave it time and you really tried, but you're sick and tired, baby, so am I. I've had enough, enough, yeah, I've had enough. Say you've had enough. I've had enough, enough. Say you've had enough. Yeah, yeah, I've had enough, enough. Say you've had enough. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I've had enough, enough, yeah, I've had enough. Say you've had enough. We wanna love, love, but close is not enough. Say you've had enough. Yeah, I gave it time and you really tried, but you're sick and tired, baby, so am I. I've had enough, enough, yeah, I've had enough. Say you've had enough.
Make a life for myself. 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 Make a life for myself.
nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, tell them, nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Tryna impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, tell them, nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Tryna impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Yeah, you know I'm back like black tracksuit with a black top cap. People love to try, people love to lie. People forget stuff, remember that. We done them good, do you remember that? We needed someone, here's the facts. But people love to try, people love to lie. Yeah, this is London, mind the gap. Living life just multitasking. Smile like a horror movie, I'm laughing. Motivated and focused, crafting. Dash something in a break, all your eggs in a basket. Can't handle it, why you asking? Can't handle it, why you asking? Can't handle it, why you asking? Please don't try it. Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, tell them, nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Tryna impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, tell them, nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Tryna impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Yeah, you know I'm right. Vibes are here when I am outside. Born for the flows to keep the flows tight. Tell me why they love to lie. Soul is dark, but the mind is bright. Nocturnal, we live for the night. You wanna try, but yeah, not quite. Monster with the bars, yeah, I might bite. If I have to, I tighten up the mic. See me, I don't do it for the likes. Keep it Air Max, yeah, like my knives. Ooh, I like to plan before I strike. But what do they know? Frequency's high, it never gets low. But yeah, what do they know? You're dripping in drama from head to toe. Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, tell them, nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Tryna impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, tell them, nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Tryna impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always?
I know we only met just now, and I don't wanna freak you out.
I'm on the rail, I wrap it, I bag it, I pack it for sale. Got feeling on speed out, hit me to chill. I give it a thrill, I put it on film. Facade get applaud, that ain't real. Come to my section and flex, we can tell. I got a show and she dipping them nails. I'm flipping my L's, I know they can tell. I did it too major, they hit me for favors. Been him since the cable was cut in the cradle. What's up, only right that I do it. Colossal until I'm a boss, so they want me to fail. Look, we prevail. Jump on your tail. Know that they talking, they telling them tales. Just know how to tell that for the sale. Yeah. Hey, they talk like they got it, but they need to stop it. I'm leading with logic, my heartbeat is frosted. I seen it, got optics I needed from Shawty. She mean with the top and it's obvious. They need him a target, I'm dodging their darts, make them reach for the stars. I'm dumping, I'm forcing the pun off the runs. I'm moving with caution, I'm saucing my nigga is nothing. From nothing to something they'll never be. Tycoon and I'm Dre with the thizzle face. I'm nothing my section has ever seen. Run the ice so I'm clutch, I don't need a screen. I'm Curry, I spit shit from 30 deep. Do the pin in the pad like a surgery. She be curving you just to flirt with me. Totally tucked off, but the jewels out. I just in a home with a full mouth. I'm a rare breed when the moon out. I'ma stop playing by the rules now. I been ran plays, need a new route. Queen said she needs space in a new house. Mom told me that she pray for the kid every day. No wonder I'm getting paid for the tunes now. If they ain't ass, bitch, I'm on the rail. I wrap it, I bag it, I pack it for sale. Got feeling on speed out, I hit me to chill. I give it a thrill, I put it on film. This facade get applaud, that ain't real. Come to my section and flex, we can tell. Really outside with it. Run around with it. Run around with it. Run around with that.
Hello, beautiful people. Welcome back to Challengers Northeast. I'm so excited to get day 2 going today. After we've already seen the first day of competition yesterday, the Swiss stage has begun. We saw 8 out of the 16 teams competing in this stage. And now it's time to see and bear witness to the next 8. My name is Pavlos and I'm joined by Summer for yet another day. And I'm so excited to just get going here.
I mean, we can talk about the games today, but let's just actually have a recap about what's actually happened yesterday, because there's no point going into the games today without knowing, well, what is the next step for the teams facing in that next bracket, in the 1-0 bracket or the 0-1. You can obviously just see it on the screen. Bonk going next, Enterprise, and also Ace Gear, which was one of the biggest upsets I think we had yesterday. Sure. They're all going to be going into that 1-0 bracket, and well, for everyone else, it's going to be a little bit more difficult for their further run at going into a little bit deeper into that upper Swiss round.
Sure, I think we've already seen some good level Valorant all across the board, right? And I think it started off well with Bonk getting a win against EXO, and now Bonk, you know, sure, they were called something else in the previous attempt in the lower Swiss last split, but this time around they do adopt the Bonk name, and it goes well for them. You know, showing up first here, EXO not really having the solutions, but I think the next game it's where it's all stepped up. We knew that ESC Enterprise would be quite the banger. Enterprise definitely seemed to be the favorite in that one, but ESC gave it a good fight. Some first appearances after a very long time with the likes of Link and Brody, FeetQ. Glad to have them all back. Awesome to see. But then there was, like you said, the climax at the end with Ace Gear grabbing a win, an unlikely win against Metasport at the end.
Yeah, unlikely, but it's definitely going to serve them well going into the future, right? As you can see, the brackets here, they're all going to be going up into that 1-0 bracket. The issue is we need to figure out who's going to be joining them. You can see the matches that we're going to be looking at today. It's Zero Tenacity versus Mir. You have Sweet and Sour against BFG, and then also the last 2 games. But Pavlos, I'm just wondering for you, what is your highlight match of the day? Which one are you looking out for? Because me personally, it has to be the final matchup of the day, the top seed versus the bottom seed, to see really not necessarily what the gap that we have in this stage is, but how well we have sort of the ideology behind the Team Liquid Academy team versus that of the Wild, that rebuild and just trying to get back up to the heights that we've seen. Not only players on that roster, like you talk about Hero, who's moved on to Na'Vi, like that sort of ecosystem, but what the new generation of Wild is going to be looking like.
Yeah, it's going to be cool to see. I'm looking forward to that one for sure. If you hadn't said that one, I would have followed suit and kind of said the same one.
You can't copy mine,
I will be
Pablos.
different. I'll change up. I'll go for the first matchup, Mir versus Zero Tenacity. We've got some newcomers to this level of play, and we've also got Zero Tenacity that were one win away, literally one series away from being in the top 4 and qualifying to Challengers EMEA twice, right? They got 2-1 versus Team Liquid Academy in the upper bracket, 2-0'd against Enterprise. You know, you're playing against some of the best teams in the region, and if you want to be the representative of this region, you've got to beat them, and this time they'll have to give it another go. Obviously Mir will be a little bit of a, in quotation marks, an easier opponent. We'll have to see, and you know, to what level they'll be able to compete today. But yeah, it's a great opener, I feel, and a testament that these new teams that have joined now into the main Swiss stage that haven't made it the previous time around have got something to show, have got some firepower, and that was illustrated yesterday. So let's dive straight into it. We've got Mir versus Zero Tenacity, get things going for today, and I wouldn't have it any other way. Now, let's talk about Mir first here, Winter. Obviously, coming into this one, sort of new, haven't really made it to this stage before. They've made a few changes. What's the vibes? What's the vibe check for them?
Do you know what? We were talking about the games yesterday, right? How the progression of Bonk coming in through the Open Qualifier into the lower Swiss, and they walked away with a victory yesterday. So if we follow the same suit, that's something that you can look at maybe in the exact same, right? They played through those East qualifiers, they came through the lower Swiss, and relatively quickly it was that 3-1 coming through. And hey, if they can replicate the same sort of success as we saw Bonk doing, then we're in for a little bit more of a competitive upper bracket, I think. But yeah, overall, I think it's really nice to see some of the younger players, whether it's from Ice2K from Estonia or some of the Russian players, like the younger ones coming in. It's like their first appearance in Challengers at this level of play, and I'm really excited to see how well they're going to do in this stage of the tournament compared to like the lower and then the Open qualifiers, obviously.
Indeed. Yeah, talking about Mir, it's interesting to see how these Zoomers can really perform at this level. We've already seen the likes of Team Liquid Academy just show up and take over the region. Now, obviously, you've got the more experience of the lot, Max Sick, that's trying to lead them through this process with some experiences in other Challenger leagues, whether that's MENA, whether that's Spain, and a few different rosters. But, you know, even with that experience, there's never been some big success, I think, from him. I don't think there's been, like, you know, that notable top 4 finish. There hasn't really been that Ascension qualification. This is all new, but with this newly signed up roster, you know, that's trying to make their debut year into Challengers, most of them at least, right? I think Ice2K is one of the players, Raz, Chuckle we saw a bit of last year with the Peanut Orchestra, but Kawi as well. This is, no, never mind. Kawi's also played a little bit more in the qualifiers of Challengers before. But yeah, mostly new faces that we're really excited for. But then you contrast that with Zero Tenacity, and we know them quite a bit from their time in Challengers East. They've got a long history in playing in that region, and now blending into the region of Challengers Northeast, they're also competing for these top spots.
Yeah, I think, wasn't it the team that was similar levels as the Beast from the East, in the sense of they in that same sort of conversation? And yeah, it's nice to see them, obviously, with the regions combination. We're having a little bit more of a clash from across Europe, right? With this team, it's a little bit of a mix. You have some from Poland, you have Czech, you also have like some of the players coming, the coach coming in from Russia. So you have a big mix of different corners of Europe, and it's nice to see how well they're actually welding together, because like you look at the last split, they were able to beat some of the teams like Team Liquid Academy, but contrast that with some of the lows realistically of losing to Enterprise also. So there is that highs, but the lows are also there. So trying to get more of that middle ground for this team, specifically in this split, is what I'm looking towards. There have been a little bit of changes in regards to rosters. You bringing in Pyro here, which is something I'm actually wondering what the roles are going to be like, because he's played like Omen and Sova in his most recent games. So I think there's a little bit more of juggling and trying to figure out how each of these players fits in this iteration of that roster.
Yeah, and talking about roles, I think for Zero Tenacity, they had a couple of players that would flex around a few different roles. Sort of, there hasn't really been that ironed out identity of, right, I'm the flash initiator, I'm the info initiator. You know, it's always been a little bit, you know, I'll be a second smoke, I'll be a second duelist if it needs to be, and I feel like that was the identity for a couple of these players. But now bringing in Pyro, they might be able to get a little bit more concrete within those roles, so it'll be interesting to see if that actually is the case. But then again, we didn't get to see much of them already, right? Lower Swiss wasn't something that they had to go through. Instead, they get invited to it, given that they had that playoffs run the previous split. So it's all new territory for us, and new territory for Mir, as they won't be able to counter strat either, because, you know, they had a month to prep. Like, anything could have changed, and the map pool has changed as well. So yeah, absolutely could be seeing some new stuff coming in from them. Talking about the maps though, we saw something that we didn't get to see in the first time or the first split, right? We saw tons of Lotuses. Sure, we got one in the mix, but I feel like Split was mostly represented throughout the day. What's the vibe here? What do we think is going to be picked up from these two?
Well, I hope it's not Split, because it's not necessarily the best map that I want to see in the best one of these two teams in particular. And for the side of Zero Tenacity, Fractal is the permaban in, well, the previous map pool, so I doubt that's going to realistically change, especially if they haven't been working on it then. They're not going to start now, they'll just pick up one of the newer maps. So maybe looking towards the Ascent or Icebox, something like that. And especially for Mid, they're happy with both of those, right? You played Ascent 4 times. If they can get that one through, they've got 100% win rate on it. Sure, it's obviously coming through the qualifiers and then into the lowest list, so you can make the argument that the caliber of teams that they're going to be facing is different to what Zero Tenacity can offer today. But yeah, looking at those more of the newer maps like Ascend or Icebox coming in, because I doubt they wanted to go to a Lotus or a Haven, specifically me.
Yeah, 100%. That's something that you need to figure out if you want to go for like the old tested from Zero Tenacity. If you want to lean away from it, look at your own strengths, but at the same time, it's a best of one. There are a lot of bans that can come in beforehand, and we haven't seen Icebox yet in this round 1 of the Swiss stage, and now we will.
Okay, I'm ready for the Icebox, Pavlos. I am an avid fan of the different comps teams have started running on this, whether you bring in the Vise or you're going in for the sort of the 2021-22 ask of the double duelist, bringing back the Reyna. And sure, it's maybe not necessarily the most conventional pick, but I feel like with the new Icebox in this meta in particular, there's a lot more flexibility in what you can bring and make work, right? We've seen, well, KC on the Game Changers roster, they're going back to the tried and tested, the KO and Sova sort of double initiator there, but then you also have teams bringing in a Breach and a Teo, so there's definitely flexibility, and that's why I'm interested to see what both of these teams are actually going to be bringing out. Expecting is going to keep the same composition, but it is nice to see that the Vise is still going to be getting used.
Yeah, indeed. And when you look at Zero Tenacity as a roster, the ideology since the start of the year wasn't really to change too much up. It felt like they had a comp, it worked, maybe it didn't, but they tried to improve on it and not kind of make too many iterations, which differs from some other teams' approaches from the previous split. So I wonder if they'll try and keep the same trend here. Obviously, they make a new addition with the likes of Pyro, so that might also be taken into account here to see, you know, what are the strengths and weaknesses are individually on these agents. So yeah, it will be cool to see as well that type of adjustment from Zero Tenacity. But overall, you know, we know who the favorites are here. Zero Tenacity should be coming out on top. I think when it comes to them, the biggest test would be the level in which they're able to perform, how much dominant they can be, because they got one match close, you know, they were one match away from being representatives of the region and challengers the MEA. They don't only want to be representatives of the region, they want to be the victors of it, and maybe even Ascension victors.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot on the cards, right? Especially when you're looking further into the future. But yeah, we're still in this best of one stage. And like you said, it's important that they do hit the ground running, right? You get coming up against a lower seeded opponent, you're definitely going to be favorites in it. And what better way to start up your run in this event? Because obviously they got invited straight to this stage. Best way to start it, go 1-0, assert your dominance in this and be able to also keep that running and have the confidence going in to get that playoffs run, to get a deep playoffs run, and like you said, possibly even make it further and further in this grassroots system that we have in Valorant.
And on the other hand, I think you look at Mir as well, their sort of run in the lower Swiss stage. it wasn't like they were playing against easy teams either, right? They had to take ESC down in the process. They had to take down Formulation. And we saw yesterday how dangerous teams like ESC already are. So it doesn't feel like Mir will be an easy, you know, opposition here for Zero Tenacity, given it's their first game of the Swiss stage. And, you know, even if you compare the old guard, the new guard, this is still going to be a really competitive show. It was evident from the first split of this year, right, of this region, that things are very close. Anything can happen. Improvement can come in map to map, series to series, and yeah, it's really hard to predict. Really hard to predict. But before we jump into Agent Select here, Summer, what are sort of the players that you're actually looking forward to seeing here? Obviously, it's the debut of Pyro within this roster. It's the first time at this level of play for some of these Mir players. Who you got your eyes on?
I am gonna be very biased on the sense of if they run the same comp, right? If they run the same comp, because I do love the vibes, just whether it's on, like you talk about the old map pull onto Abyss, like it was a massive and super strong pick there. But then, yeah, so I'm definitely gonna be looking towards Mir if they keep that comp, and whoever's playing the vibes, whether they're shuffling the roles around, obviously we were talking about the addition of Pyro coming in. Whoever's playing the vibes, I'm gonna be looking towards how well they're able to actually utilize the utility and the sort of return on investment that they're going to be getting. But at the same time, right, you're looking at Zero Tenacity and you have to be looking at how strong Alexic is on that duel list.
Oh yeah,
like you can't deny it, right? You can't, like, it's some of the clips that I've seen are genuinely chef's kiss, and you cannot ignore, understate how much impact this player can have just to switch momentum just like that.
Yeah, I mean, Alexic has gone through this journey before, right? If you talk about him, he's made that that win in challenges last year with Go Next. Obviously now that org is against him, not in this matchup, but we'll probably have to see that head-to-head, which I'm looking forward to seeing later on. But yeah, no, he's been there before. It's just a matter of trying to get there again and maybe even find better performances. But yeah, definitely, I agree with that. Alexic is definitely a player to have a look at. And Zero Tenacity generally, they're the type of team that don't shy away from some extravaganza from time to time. Sure, you have the teams like Medisport that like to play a little bit more controlled, even though yesterday they had some exuberant moments. Zero Tenacity, they don't care. They'll get in your face and bring the fight to you, and yeah, won't well, they'll respect you, but at the same time, yeah, exactly. It's better for them to not respect you. They won't. That's exactly what we're waiting to see. Seems like we are waiting for the Agent Select here. There seems to be some sort of technical issue. It will come in soon. Actually, yeah, I've got info that we'll be at it within a minute or two. So yeah,
I have a question.
I just want to pick your thoughts here. I've got a question for you here.
Okay, fine. You can have your question first, but I'm going to have the question next. Okay, I need to pick your mind as well.
Okay, cool. What gave you the best impression from yesterday? I mean, that was also your debut of this region. Did anything surprise you? Did anything catch you off guard? I know it's loaded, so take your time here.
I think there was so many moments of brilliance in every matchup that we had, right, throughout the day. Obviously, we had a couple of upsets, but me personally, I think Go Next, the domination that they showed in general on that map against Formulation was cold, right? You cannot understate. They lost one rifle round, I think it was, and even then it came down to very fine margins that Formulation were able to steal that one away. But it was like a 13-5 on split, and it was attack side that they got majority of everyone. So that's just that sort of picture that it's not the best sort of debut for Polvi and Formulation, but Go Next hitting the ground running again after, like you said, they had a really good last split. Coming into this one, they looking like they want to do exactly the same. ESC, you had moments of brilliance from players like Link. I know you're starting to become a budding Link fan, obviously. Nice to see. Yeah, okay, back to being a Link fan, right? He's back in the status quo, especially over towards ESC. They had a really good match against Enterprise. Unfortunately, it just doesn't get pushed into OT. They can't walk away with a victory. But like we said, it's a really good team. Enterprise, like, we're looking at them to be top in this region, like top 4 minimum. And the fact that ESE can show it best of 1, it's like debut game for Enterprise in this split as well, but still moments of brilliance. Then you get to Ace Gear. It's a cinema moment for them, truly. And sure, do you know what? I was tested in that matchup, right, in regards to the Polish pronunciations, and we have learned them things, Pavlos. The Shaloni name actually means crazy in Polish, and I now know how to pronounce it. So the next matchup we get that we're casting them, I'm all ready. I'm ready for it. But do you know what I'm also ready for is the Vise comp, and we do have Whaley on Zero Tenacity, but okay, so you remember when you asked me who I'm looking out for? Koi. There you go. I've given you a specific name.
Well, also Alexic is going to show up here with Whaley, the debut of Challengers Northeast on the main Swiss stage. I cannot wait to see how that agent is brought to action here on Icebox. What a way to get things going. I can't believe this is our first map of the day, and it's already lined up to be quite the banger. So yeah, what do you kind of expect these comps to try to do here, especially from what we've seen from Mir, that new adaptation to Icebox, the Vice, the Killjoy, the double Sentinel sort of setup? What's kind of the approach Mir are going to try and take here?
I generally think, especially when you're starting on the attack, right, you have 3 players that are realistically going to be enabled onto the Luke, whether you're looking at the Viper, the Vice, the Killjoy. Mid can be a point of contention for them relatively easy. And for Zero Tenacity, it's going to be a question of if you're going to be able to shut down those Luke opportunities for Mir. But also, when you're looking at the site hits, they can be relatively weak. So you're looking at more of those longer defaults, and when you're trying to fight up against a Whaley and a breach stun, it's going to be a little bit difficult.
Yeah, you already get to see the light speed used up to try and gain some early aggression towards that left-hand side. And Mir have to be cautious about these. These early explosions is probably what you're probably looking at here for Zero Tenacity. They've got a bit of everything. Bit of control, bit of aggression. And for now, Mir will go try and play this slow and steady. Figure out if Zero Tenacity are going for any sort of micro-aggression, then dealing with it as they go.
But just look at how much pressure Mir's been under already, just with the stun and the Waylay dash over towards B main. They're all in spawn. There's like a minute left, and only now are they starting to walk in clear over towards B. And especially with the peek over towards mid, take that turret off, that's even more question marks for Mir, and they're going to feel a little bit trapped into a corner, and they're forcing them into this B. And Utility's starting to come back up for the breach. So yeah, a long distance stun off the contact of Alex, it could be devastating.
It's all about timing, really, for Alexic. Stun comes up and uses it to perfection. Doubles up as well. Yep, you can't really hide from this man. He'll go and hunt you down. Refract use, backing out. And he could even go in once again as reinforcements are arriving. Backed up with friends. Cowie and Ice2K are able to make some damage go their way. And the fact that MSH and Pyro are also low health might make this doable, but 10 seconds on the clock isn't a promising sign. You've not only got to close down the distance, get the spike down, but deal with 3 players that are already looming in the shadow. Zero Tenacity get away with first blood.
And early on, just in the first 3 milliseconds of the round, you have aggression straight off the bat. And you can see what that did to me, right? They were sat in spawn waiting for any sort of second phase aggression, whether it was from mid, from B, or from A. And the only issue is, they gave absolutely nothing, Pavlos, because they were happy holding the angle over towards B main. You have Alexic over towards back yellow, and by the time that they do go for that execute, turret's been taken down in mid, stuns back up for Grimesh, and it's just absolute shut out.
It is indeed. A great start for Zero Tenacity to get things going. It seems to have got the right read here. Not only do they have the weaponry advantage, but they might as well bring all the numbers for this impending take. Toxic Screen does block them out, but it's well respected, knowing they don't want to be really victims of a quick classic flood. And you've even left Pyro over to the B side, just to scout, while the rest of them are pretty convinced this is going to be an A take. Our drone taken down, one showing their presence, but on the 1 minute mark, it's a standstill, complete quiet.
They didn't have to do anything though. You have the turret towards mid, you have Pyro over towards B. All eyes are going to be towards the players trying to make something happen, but Alexic is the one that is making magic.
Just no scope to back up the early flick of the wrist. Goes in for more, because why the hell not? You've got an outlaw, no scope galore, triple kill for Alexic, and Zero Tenacity do not drop a single player throughout the process. That was as clean as it could be.
Alexic is here to stay. Alexic wants this game over and done with as quickly as possible. Yeah, so you see that first shot? But yeah, does not even need to see the player through the wall. 2 no-scopes in the round for the Waylay. And yeah, sure, you use the refract to get back to safety, but there's no players left from here to follow that up.
And it's really cool seeing the Waylay as well. What can really be used, the limitations of the agent. Again, seeing the same thing we saw in round number 1 with the light speed and refract to weave in and out of battle. It's kind of the combination of a jet and a chamber, right? You can dash in and also dash out.
And the neon as well, if you talk about the speed buff from the ultimate
Sure.
as well, if that comes in. But important thing is this rifle round, right? You have a fair few rifles for Zero Tenacity, but they want to do as much damage to Mirror as possible, if not walk away with a round win. With Pretty already falling, it does weaken up this A site just a smidge, but you look at the rotates coming in, Pavlos, because of how much mid-aggression Zero Tenacity have. You have, well, Breach has walked down, you have the turret to play off as well. All eyes again are towards exactly where Mirror are playing. There's no sort of mid-rounding from here to pull rotations or anything like that.
It's a perfect read. All players nearby. And now Mir start to waltz in, tiptoe their way, but Zero Tenacity all aware. It's just timing for MSH to try and peek through the corner. And it's just patience game. Mir inching forward, walking in. MSH has now heard it, trying to give the call. Not going overzealous, not trying to interrupt the spike plant, just wanting to get kill after kill, one by one. Coordination machine, Zero Tenacity starting to take over. Still, Mir have got some replies. A couple kills, make it 3, Ice2K doubles up, and now Grandma Kister's all by himself. How does he isolate the 2? He doesn't. Maxib, good crouch, hold of that corner, catches his opponent off guard, and Mir able to win their first buy round.
Ice2K is true to his name with, I reckon, 2 of the most important kills in that round, right? You see the flood in from backside. Alexic manages to get 2, even dabbles with the thought of using that convergent path just to really secure the round. Doesn't get a chance. Ice2K, quick shutdown, and then, like you said, trying to isolate those kills. Doesn't matter. Sure, you isolate one onto Maxic, but he hits his shot first, and a conversion from here onto the bonus. That's important, right? But you look at Alexic, he's got that outlaw out again, and a couple of the players on here have half shields.
Indeed. And we already see it. Case in point, Alexic being the tell in the process, in all the show. You're the tell, he's the show. Show and tell.
I'm glad he
Asking
proves my point
deliver.
right. Yeah, it makes me sound smart, right? And I'll take that any day of the week. But do you know what also is kind of scary is that Pretty has managed to get up into Nest unnoticed. So that's another point for Zero Tenacity to work with in regards to information or lack thereof that he's going to be getting. And should he start to go for a little bit of a wander, which looks like he is, rotates again now, drifting away from the A side. The mid-rounding from Zero Tenacity has been great in the last couple of rounds. They always have the right read because they're making proactive plays with the information that they can get. And Maxic might get caught out here.
The thing is, we've got Convergent Pass available with the Waylay ultimate. How will that be utilized in this instance? Mir, again, not making it a secret, their intent evident, and the push again of the extremity. Zero Tenacity have got a clear view of what's going on. Great position there from Pretty. And Zero Tenacity seem fully online and aware of what's about to happen and capable of shutting it all from coming to fruition. The backstab is quashed.
No
30
time.
seconds, and Mir are going to have to back out. They know they can't take the site. They know their play is completely telegraphed. All they can hope for is try and keep these rifles in play for the next round.
That round absolutely falls flat, Pavlos, right? You're looking towards the lurk from Maxic over towards mid. You don't want that to be your first point of contact or your win condition so early on in the round, right? You want to be putting the pressure over towards B, trying to pull the attentions. And I'm not being funny, even if they were able to do that, you have a great utility from an MSH. You have the turret up over towards mid, so as soon as that orbit and Maxic's orb goes down, he's going to be spotted out if he wants to go under into orange area. There's also an alarm bot there. Should he get spotted, starts to run back, well, you have Pretty waiting outside A, ready to get that kill. It's absolute masterclass from Zero Tenacity in regards to the whole map control and the macro sort of zoom out perspective of this map so far.
Take flight. Ardron could be good timing of it, but the knees are revealed. Chuckle drops down. Oh no! But there's a getaway. Refract use. No harm, no foul. That got awfully close for both players. Mir changed their attention towards the B side. Only one to feign this time around. This time, finally, Mir are able to have most of their players on one side where Zero Tenacity don't have theirs. But as I do say that, they do take their time. And Zero Tenacity seem very aware and very capable of again shutting this down.
Oh, that's nasty, Util.
Fault line and Snakebite combined. Cowie no more. Raz gets picked up from a distance. Feels like it's it. 5v10. May have to do heavy lifting here. Well, out. That's going to alert them. But you need heavy lifting from individuals. Maxic might be there to do it. Sweet little double kill. But how much more can you bring to the table? Pretty has stepped up. Chuckle left alone with 50 points of health to spare. That's not much. But he's accurate. Waylay uses the ultimate. Converging paths. Again with 15 points of health. Slowing down completely. Is that enough to go for the wide swing? Alexic is low himself, but has no care in the world. Ice cold through that round. Zero Tenacity with the skin of their teeth are able to retake.
Also using the ultimate, using that conversion pass just to slow down any sort of repeat so he's able to get half. And yeah, look at that replay, Pavlos. You have the fault line, you have the snakebite, you have a nano swarm. It is an absolute death sentence to anyone who wants to try and get that spike down. And right, Zero Tenacity, sure, it got a little bit scary towards him because Matsic has an amazing multi-killer over towards front back. Yeah, like, but sadly it just wasn't enough for me. Zero Tenacity still have the numbers in place. It realistically got to the point where, sure, it got a little bit scary, a little bit precarious, but again, it's another round over the line, and they need to get one soon, but looking at the money, it doesn't seem like it's going to be happening anytime soon, but a lot of ultimates are going to be coming back.
Indeed. And also, the Hero Vandal has already found a first pick. One more, and maybe you could put Mia in the conversation for this round.
Especially with the ultimates and how close they are online. But the issue is this rifle isn't recovered, so you're still looking towards Ice 2K to be able to pull that favor even further to advantage Mir. But the numbers, sure, you invest in the Killjoy lockdown. Pretty doesn't have the ultimate online yet, but he wants to stick around. He wants to push the issue.
To come on.
Surely not.
The flash is there for the assist, but that's a Vandal dropped. I don't think Zero Tenacity can afford to go for the trade game. MSH required to stop the push from happening altogether, goes for a wide position, doesn't reveal his angle, instead goes a little bit more aggressive to try and get a couple out of that position. Grand Makista now trying to join in with Pyro and coordinate this attack, but the fact that you've got a player so close by might be an issue. Never mind. Isokay completely quashed. And Pyro, Outlaw, not the best gun for the situation, and Chuggle's got the idea. All down to Gramic. And Cowie will not permit it from happening. Solid stuff from Mir. It started off with a Hero Vandal, but it's a round that shouldn't have gone their way. That does.
Yeah, the Hero Vandal sure gets the first initial pick, but this play from Pity just gives them another Vandal. So for that follow-up, they're confident in using that Vise Steel Garden, especially off, well, it only came online off the kill onto Pretty, so can't blame them for playing with confidence, especially when you're, well, from the rounds that we've seen, it's been realistically a shutout from Zero Tenacity, but they do have an answer back. They have some skin in their game, right? They've still got 2 rounds, only 2 to difference in the early stages of this half.
Poison's off.
I'm glad there's a bit of a back and forth now. And Zero Tenacity, even though they had the right idea the previous round with the placement of the players, just wasn't enough.
Poison's off.
I want to see Mir go towards mids. at least if they're starting with these heavy defaults, looking for aggression or wanting to poke and prod, surely you take down the Killjoy utility that's been ever so constant in mid, that has allowed Zero Tenacity to have these heavy rotates in, have the information on where the final push, where the final execute of Mir is going to come into. Like we saw the round that went down to time because all the utility was still up in mid. You had a player that pushed A. All eyes are then on B main, which is exactly where they were. They have no chance to try and brute force their way through there because of so many players in that small area. So this is something that maybe we're going to be looking into further on in the half because, again, it's just not great when you have so much information for Zero Tenacity to work with.
No, you've got none.
Although saying that, Zero Tenacity would be completely fooled by a solo ultimate from Maxic. A-Site has been absolutely gifted. It's Christmas morning for Mir right now.
It really is. And Zero Tenacity have often flooded sites early. The quick rotations have come in from them, but usually they've been right. Usually they've made the right call, right decision, and been in the correct site. But the Hunter's Fury seems to be causing some issues here. Mir isn't allowed to keep most of their players. Instead, it's a 3v4. And Zero Tenacity look to group up their players. This is an interesting scenario. Deep positioning by Raz, and it pays dividends. Pretty does end up picking up on the Ice 2K. Raz is able to triple up draft into the air, but this time there's two players trying to rush after him. Pyro gets the pick up and Chuckles left all to himself. Hunter's Fury, it's just a bait out. They knew it was available, but look how fast Pyro is going. He's trying to run after him, but the Sova so damn far away, knows it's gonna have to be a peek up from Rafters. Pyro is there in time. Good thinking ahead for Zero Tenacity as they're able to grab the dub.
Pyro just W keys, knows what's required from him in the moment. Pretty was managing to get that half onto the spike. And sure, the last one of Chuckle hits, but when you're just avoiding it completely, it's not going to pay any dividends. The fact that Raz has managed to survive for so long on site here is absolutely criminal, especially with that double peek outside of heaven. Great movement and use of the dash as well from the Jet, but unfortunately it does end up falling, and it just gives Zero Tenacity another way back into that round. Chuckle, unfortunately, the ultimate and the utility just not enough.
Now the Ultra will show where Alexic is posted up the operator, and instead of Mir deciding that's not where we want to go, they completely double down. Alexic just in time is able to use Refract to get out of dodge. That felt like it was a death sentence for him. But still, Spike will be going down with some simple trades already. Zero Tenacity, as always, quick to rotate. But Mir, lacking the players, will struggle, especially with the lockdown dropping.
And with Chuckle using the Hunter's Fury in the previous, this has to be respected. You can't go forward and push, although they are trying to. They're giving the peaks of over, but great, yeah, there's no way you're going to get into this. Run, tuck tail, and hide, because that's defuse has come in before any sort of chance to re-peek, and even then you have, well, two players holding you on main.
Yeah, it's over in a blink, really, for Mir there. And you're right, maybe they should have held back a little bit more, respect the lockdown, but either way, it felt like a loss situation. It was kind of a checkmate situation where there wasn't really an answer to the lockdown.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, trying to fight proactively ahead because they're stuck on yellow. They have to fight their way out at least one direction, choose to do the more unconventional one over towards danger. But it's the same result either way. A little bit more aggression over towards mid, and it does not get punished. It's actually Alexic that goes down for the count. A great entry from Raz, and that's something that hopefully they can capitalize on into this one.
Yeah, it's from the first few times that Mir has gone mid. Ooh, Cowie, I didn't even realize it was there. I didn't check the mini-map. Catches Pyro off guard. Catches everyone, in fact. It's the opportunity that Mir needed to cross towards his B site. Sure, there's a cross interruption from Pretty, meaning that it's still a 3v4. His numbers are stabilized. MSH being so brutally annoying for Mir. And they know they've got to deal with his presence early on before they try and go for the spike plant, given there's not many numbers available for them anymore, MSH. Stop it. A 2v2. He's such a thorn in ice. 2K finally able to deal with him. But that leaves Pretty on the clutch. ICK and Cowie, two different positions setting up utility, but these headshots from Zero Tenacity this round have been insane. Flash comes through, Cowie able to use that to his advantage, and Mir, with just a single survivor, are able to grab the win.
Yeah, that flash, absolutely lovely. One of the reasons why I do like Bias is just the flexibility of the utility. But yeah, we haven't really been able to see much of the Bias utility be used later on in the rounds, right? Because they haven't necessarily been in the position, maybe because they're getting shut down so early on by Zero Tenacity. But they're flipping the script in that last one. Nice aggression over towards mid. Really quick, really clean entry from Raz. And off the back of it, then you also have Max taking down Pyro, and that just opens that pathway into the B site, keeping the advantage in their favor in regards to numbers. But this is now another thing that they have to deal with. The ultimate cycle for Zero Tenacity is coming back online. Pyro's pops the pit over towards A. Max is sticking around. Has to be careful with that spike, but it doesn't seem like Zero Tenacity are going to go anything too crazy outside of this because of the backup that they have over towards B. What an interesting setup, right? Over towards Yellow, you have the breach behind Yellow, Waylay top site, who's sort of paying attentions over towards mid and main off the back of the alarm bot.
Some pings going around. Didn't realize how deep Pretty could have placed.
I think it's been held, right?
Oh, jumping over. It's definitely been heard. But Pretty sees the chance to get the pickup. Instead, Cowie locked to life. And now the spike is isolated onto the A side. The rest of the firepower from mid needs to come in from mid, going through the zipline. Pyro is there to greet him, stop him. Shorty in hand. Mir, what do you even do here? Ultimates galore, flying towards the attacker's direction. They're locked in mid, they're sandwiched in, and they are squished to death. Zero Tenacity get away with a complete flawless.
You cannot force your way into a Viper's pit solo with the spike. That is the easiest kill I think Pyro will get this entire map, right? Just sat up there waiting, hasn't done anything, right? He's pressed X at the start of the round and he has sat patiently waiting, and he has just had Uber Eats delivery of the spike to his front doorstep, right? It's just... the brute forcing of mid is not going to work. They tried some mid running over towards mid, and talking about mid, we have no sort of contention there. Zero Tenacity is pushed all the way up mid, all the way up B. So now again, all their eyes are exactly where the Mir players are, and that's over towards A. A retake is going to be required, and well, low weaponry of Mir might play into confidence of the short close angles on A, but I say that as Maxic and Raz and Cowie all down for the count.
Yeah, without seeing their opponents on the most part. That was crazy. Yeah, good intuitive play. I don't know if it was a recon spotting the player planting. Could have been. Either way, damn accurate shot. Is ICK making this doable? Just a check here. Vandal upgrade. E-timing. Yeah, Grammakiss is there on time. But yeah, what did a recon reveal the player planting there? Because that was very accurate. No recon.
No.
Spray.
No. Check PC is not normal. But I mean, even then, sure, you made the conversation that ITK made it semi-expensive for Zero Tenacity, but money is fine. They can go down to one player. They would be absolutely fine. It's last round in this half. And Zero Tenacity currently at an 8-3 scoreline, on the verge of possibly even making a 9-3, even have the operator investment coming out for Raz in the final round. There are a couple of ultimates for them to work with, right? You can get that lockdown to get onto site. You have the Hunter's route for the deep post plant if you really want. But the issue is, we need to get into a post plant, right? Because there's so many times that with the rotations of Zero Tenacity, they just up in their face and stopping any sort of deeper site pushes, or the spike plant that we saw in the previous, just a complete headshot through the wall with no recon. That's, yeah, sure, we can give them that as the benefit of the doubt that it won't happen again, but it's still something that they have to deal with in regards to the utility from Zero Tenacity to come in. Fortunately for them, there is no ult for them to work with, right? That's the only saving grace.
he's just exchanged places with his opponent. Neither of them know each of them who've crossed, but who's going to get most value out of it? It feels like it's going to be Alexic. Yeah, okay, the call is there from Chuckle. He's heard the movement, and Cowie drops in on time. God, that could have gone wrong. But Cowie is the one that gains the spoils out of that exchange. But with 30 seconds on the clock, Mir need to act quickly, and Zero Tenacity have a hunch it's a B setup, but quickly rotate mid-round. That's an excellent call. There's only one defender towards the A site.
Pretty has to go massive here. There's 20 seconds left if he can delay long enough, but it's only good for one, so it is going to be a retake for Zero Tenacity to come into this.
Cowie with a flurk. A flank and a lurk combined. Great shot onto MSH. Spike drops. And Zero Tenacity with 2 left. Hard one, especially when Raz is holding down the angle, scoped in, op in hand. Pyro. It's the last round of the half. You've got to go for this. Give this the good old college try. But as many of us in college, or those who have been and gone past or failed, we've all had our weak moments. There we go, 8-4. Zero Tenacity closed the half with quite the bang. Sure, there were some impressive moments from either side, but it's a bit of a hill to climb if you're Mir here. Definitely will be looking to win the pistol round after this. We'll find out if that's actually going to happen. Zero Tenacity have a solid advantage going into the second half now on the attack. This is their debut on Icebox this year. And so far, so good. Let's see what they've got on the other side.
But you say that, if you look at the timeline, right, it's been very symmetrical from what Zero Tenacity. They get 2, they lose 1. They get 2, they lose 1. And unfortunately for me, if the pattern continues, that's a pistol and a conversion up for gather for Zero Tenacity, and it's something they need to break the pattern earlier rather than later, right? To make this a little bit more competitive, because an 8-4 scoreline, sure, it's not a 9-3, it's not a 10-2, but it's still not great, right?
No.
But you are moving on to that defender side, right? You have the Vise, you have the Killjoy, you even have the Viper of Maxic, so hopefully there's a little bit of stopping power that they can stop this aggressive Alexic Grammatkista duo.
It's all about timing again. Considering if you want to go aggressively here, if you want to swing, if you want to take a peek, a little look, might be your downfall though. You've got to show some resilience here.
Peek it, you know you're better. It's the confidence, right? But the issue is if he falls, look at the players on Mir. They need to be able to play this as a crossfire. Dink from Cowie comes in, and that's the peek from Maxic off the back of it. But it's just being watchful. They know exactly how to unravel this defensive setup from Mir. And well, sure, that wall goes up, delays the plant a little bit longer. Look at Pretty in mid.
He's going to be a menace, won't he? But Mir's going to try and interrupt the plant. Doesn't manage to do so, but gets a pick in the process. Mir are losing most of their players. Chuckle is able to find some answers. Still without the realm of reason, but Pretty's gonna be pretty annoying in that angle. Reveals himself, couple of pot shots, and that's enough. Knowing there's someone behind, you're just wasting time trying to deal with them, but you know you need to move forward because the spike is sticking down, imminent explosion. Alexic loses his life. Hey, wait a minute. MSH though has got everything under lock and key. No issue here, no reason to worry. Zero Tenacity with a pistol win. That is really gonna hurt Mir's chances in this half.
Not only in the half, in the game, right? You're looking at the scoreline, you're looking at the money. Obviously, there's a conversation for me. You're going to try and force up into this, so you're not going to be on that attacking side. You're not going to have the boon to the economy of having that spike plant down, so there's so little to work with. A little bit of investment into utility, but other than that, it's classics across the board. And while you look at Zero Tenacity, you have two premium rifles coming in, Pretty and MSH. Gonna be looking to farm up a couple of ecos, it seems.
Deploying drone.
Drone out first, but it's Pyro's lurk that needs to be discovered. Gaining information. Mir, though, they took a gamble, you know? It's one of those rounds, you just pistols, just hold out, just chill, trying to find strength in numbers yourself. It's the power of friendship.
The earlier Pyro sees people, or also dies, the better it is for Zero Tenacity to see. Yeah, there you go. Sees one, gets a kill, dies, also spots another two, and off the back of that, it's an instant go into A. And the amount of space that Mir is given because of that gamble over towards B, they're going to be able to get into a nice, comfy post plant. Although saying that, Alexic wants to play deep onto the site, help with the breach, sure, full utility, because barely anything's had to be used because, well, Pyro saw everyone in the nad over towards B, right?
Yeah. Fancy bringing an to a war zone, though. Not a good idea. But what could be a great idea is Alexic's push here. It's all down to timing and flashes. Maxic trying to stop it all from unfolding against him. Alexic can't really find anything, but you just give away a stinger. Does that really matter at the end of the day? Probably not, as the next round probably has a bye in store for Mir. They all die to the spike, and double digits collected now for this Polish org.
Carrying on the pattern, Pavlos carrying on the pattern, right? So let's see if Mir can make themselves at least felt some sort of presence in this, right? Obviously, all going down to the spike in the previous, denying Zero Tenacity of further ult orbs. You can see how devastating that could be in a bonus, right? Because especially if you can get a couple onto a Lexic or especially a Grimmakista, they can be very scary on the attacking side. But fortunately for them, none such the case, but it's 10-4, it's a dire scoreline.
A quick drop back. Although I did call Zero Tenacity a Polish org, I guess it's more Serbian than Polish. Just a quick correction so I don't get flamed. But either way, Mir on the really need to win this round. Lose this and you're probably out for the count. It's very aggressive.
Oh, they don't know he's here.
Oh, doesn't get anything out of it. Either way, that is horrible if you're Zero Tenacity, but somehow Grimmakista has brought things back to a double standpoint. What do you do here? Zero Tenacity start to rotate their players towards the left-hand side as Lurk of two players has taken quite a lot of space. Only one defender for me in that direction.
But with how much poking and prodding Grimmakista's done over towards it, especially flashing out the Sova, it did bring Vi's back over to support, but Magic's all solo over towards B, doesn't need any sort of help.
30 seconds
No,
left.
it's a 3v3 at this point. You could sort of have to wait for Grimmakista to make waves into mid, but at the same time, you can't wait too long as the time is an issue. Grimmakista joins in, and now he's an extra angle for this defense. Mir have to be really careful here. At least they've got the recon and a double shock dart. No one revealed. Zero Tenacity are just hiding, waiting, biding their time to see when Mir start to approach. They don't really need to do much. Slowly but surely walk in. That's the spike to try and bait out these positions. The stun connects perfectly, superbly, and either way, Cowie, as he was on the search for Grimmakista's position, isn't able to locate him down. Therefore, Zero Tenacity able to beat Mir's buy round and put their opponents in big trouble.
the lurking breach. And yeah, sure, you don't necessarily see, and it's great that he was able to still keep some attention over towards A earlier, like in that mid round, but as he rotates through, doesn't show his presence over towards mid. Off the tap of that spike, the stun comes out. It's a free kill for the players on yellow, and then he activates, coming in through the back line, getting the final player that hasn't extended too far out to get caught by the yellow players. And a nice adjustment from Zero Tenacity. They want to attempt to take down the utility in mid, something we saw Mir struggle with, but well, Ice2K is a bodyguard for his turret in the early round.
Oh, he spotted the pixel. Therefore, the zoom in is enough. Not too shabby from Chuckle, but you kind of need to replicate those if you want a chance in this round. You don't expect it, but you'd love it to be the case. And Alex Sick being a menace, a complete disrespect of your opponents in that situation. You know you've got the better guns. Flood the site, take over, and be one round away from securing Icebox altogether.
We were talking about the domination, right, that we saw Go Next. Go Next executes against Formulation in the previous, and it feels sort of on that same trajectory here, right? Sure, it's not necessarily all the rifle rounds going in favor of Zero Tenacity, but enough, right? And especially being able to convert the third round after the your bonus round and get a 4-0 start and possibly even a 5-0 and close out this game in a 13-4 fashion. We need an answer, and soon. This similar wall over towards Mr. might be able to isolate a player. The turret's in spawn.
Is. And Grandma Kister gets first blood. Cowie, you're kind of hoping you can get away with something, but the turret in spawn doesn't help the case. And they sort of split the map in two here. You're trying to block out rotations, but there is a window visible to Ice2K, and all of a sudden, Mir is very much in play.
Sniped ultimate off the back of just information that they were over towards A. No tag or drone needed. Picks up nice kill to not only put the advantage in their favor, but put Zero Tenacity down for the count. But they have forgotten about the gap in mid. Alexic is gonna get one for his trouble, but the trade there is back again from Chuckle, keeping this in favor of Mir, wanting to put their best foot forward. But the only issue is, talking about feet going forward, Zero Tenacity have just walked into A.
That recon, sort of hoping it connects, but MSH is able to deal with it quickly. Still, Zero Tenacity are locked in the middle. Good rotation over from Cowie. And having 3 different angles of attack is just suffocating for Pretty, trying to make his way out of that position, unlock different angles for himself. Unable to do it, Mir will stick around for a little longer.
Another opportunity, another chance for Zero Tenacity. And the only issue is, right, for me, it's going to be a long couple of rounds before they can even attempt to think about breaking the money of Zero Tenacity. And especially as the ults start coming back online, you definitely have to be looking over towards Chuckle there in that round, who obviously gets the one with the Hunter's Fury, but also the trade and spawn. Super important kills to keep the advantage in favor of Mir, and going for that retake, they're able to rely and wait for Cowie on that flank to be able to further put pressure on the solo player left remaining on site.
If you're Mir here, you're probably wondering, do we go aggressive? Do we try and force the issue ourselves? Or has what we've been doing working? What they do, in fact, do is put Raz very deep into mid, gaining some crucial information, allowing for 3 players to be defensive here. Right on time for the A-site execution. But when do you choose to pull the trigger on the attack? You don't. Alex Sick won't let you to. Spike approaching the drop zone. And now Mir sort of hoping that the Steel Garden will be enough to do a lot of the support in this situation. The Rolling Thunder available. This is going to be rough for Mir to try take on. And even before the Rolling Thunder comes in, it's MSH with a double kill. Raz hoping someone appears on his screen. Grandma Kitsa does, but finds the bullet between the eyes. It's Max Sick that's left. 5 players with nearly all of their health available. A daunting task that is just impossible at this moment in time. 13-5 is the score. Zero Tenacity get their first win of the season.
And what a win that was. Sure, you made a conversation of maybe able to bring this into a bit of a closer game, but once you're at that position, you're at the match point, you're 12-4 up, you just have too many opportunities to close it down. Sure, you can throw a couple of ultimates their way as well, and it is just a shutout to close out that match. And we were talking about Zero Tenacity coming in as the favorites. I think they proved exactly why we're favoring them, not only in this matchup, but to do these deep playoff runs and to improve off the positions that they were able to net last split.
Indeed, indeed. And we talked about Zero Tenacity coming into this one with bravado, with disrespect, and that's exactly what they showed, right? Wanting to show that they are not here to be a top 5 team. They want to be a representative of this region, and you do that with statement wins. And I feel like this is a statement as any. You talked about the comparison of that match with Go Next to Formulation. I feel like that's a perfect way to put it. This is just showing there's a discrepancy in in firepower. And honestly, sure, Mir had some good rounds, were able to go toe-to-toe in some occasions, especially on the first half. But when it came to Zero Tenacity's attack, there's not much you can do. And it's good to see Waylay. I'm glad we got to see Waylay finally. And honestly, used really well.
Yeah, I don't think you can necessarily say anything abhorrent about how Alexa played that Waylay, because it seemed too picture perfect. But one player I do want to highlight is the top of the screen. It's the MVP, pretty just constantly being an issue that Mir had to deal with. Same goes for Gramakista, especially on the attack. Love the utility in the post plant as well, like you're talking about the stun from mid all the way over, just supporting his teammates from afar as well. But a highlight, right, for Mir is that sure, it doesn't necessarily go their way, but there's going to be a lot to learn, right, in this matchup. It's not the end of the world. They are going to be going into that 0-1 bracket, but they have to start making changes on, well, getting rounds on the board, right, if they want to progress further and further. But there's still opportunities for them, right? And yeah, like you said, I think going up against Zero Tenacity as your first match is rough, right? It's one of the best teams in this tournament. It's one of the teams that we're looking to have made the most improvement as well over the break, to try and, because they definitely feel like they've missed out, getting nipped in the bud, just one spot away from qualifying to challengers EMEA. Indeed. They don't want that to happen again. They are going to be putting their best feet forward in this entire split and wanting to go as quickly as possible and as cleanly as possible into the playoffs.
Well, another team that was very close to make it into the top 4 and made it into players was Sweet and Sour. Now, they've got a chance to get a good start in this main Swiss stage, playing up against Bitfix Gaming, as it's their also first time getting into this point. We'll see if they are capable of some wins, but we'll be finding out how that match goes very shortly, guys. Hope to see you in just a bit.
been on it. Drum on the rail, I wrap it, I bag it, I pack it for sale. Got feeling on speed out, hit me to chill. I give it a thrill, I put it on film. Facade get applaud, that ain't real. Come to my section and flex, we can tell. I got a show where she dipping them nails. I'm flipping my L's, I know they can tell. I did it too major, they hit me for favors. Been him since the cable was cut in the cradle. What's up, only right that I do it. Colossal until I'm a boss, so they want me to fail. Look, we prevail. Jump on your tail. Know that they talking, they telling them tales. Just know how to tell that for the sale. Hey, they talk like they got it, but they need to stop it. I'm leading with logic, my heartbeat is frosted. I seen it, got optics I needed from Shawty. She mean with the top and it's obvious. They need him a target, I'm dodging their darts, make them reach for the stars. I'm dumping, I'm forcing the pun off the runs. I'm moving with caution, I'm saucing my nigga is nothing. From nothing to something they'll never be. Tycooning, I'm Dre with the thizzle face. I'm nothing my section has ever seen. Run the ice so I'm clutch, I don't need a screen. I'm Curry, I push it from 30 deep. Do the pin in the pad like a surgery. She the curve at you just to flirt with me. Totally tucked off, but the jewels out. I just in a home with a full mouth. I'm a rare breed when the moon out. I'ma stop playing by the rules now. I've been ran plays, need a new route. Queen says she needs space in a new house. Mom told me that she pray for the kid every day. No wonder I'm getting paid for the tunes now. If they ain't ass, bitch, I'm on the rail. I wrap it, I bag it, I pack it for sale. Got feeling on speed out, I hit me to chill. I give it a thrill, I put it on film. This facade get applaud, that ain't real. Come to my section and flex, we can tell. Really outside with it. Run with it. Run with it. Run with it.
Hello, welcome back. Challengers Northeast time, and it has been that time for the past an hour and so, because we've just borne witness to a lovely best of one, which Zero Tenacity took full control over. It was just, a difficult one for me, but it's time for a different frontier, a different game. It's time for Sweet and Sour to take on Bitfix Gaming, and for this one, there's some excitement involved because, again, we get to witness some newcomers to the stage of play with the likes of Bitfix. Sure, some familiar faces there, but we also get to see Sweet and Sour try and do what they know how to do best and bring some dominate wins.
Yeah, and just looking at this matchup in particular, I want to just focus on Bitfix themselves, just as this roster as a whole. Like you said, like, sure, it's not necessarily the name of Bitfix that we've seen so much in this split, in this season, but like the players we know who these players are. They've come under this Norwegian org, and they're ready to make their presence known, right? In this best of one, they do have Sweet and Sour. It's not an easy opponent, but looking at the players in particular, we have ex-Metasport players in regards to Zintix and Martux, so there's definitely opportunities for good players to come through into this.
Indeed. And look, comparing to their performance from the previous split, right? Sure, there were some changes since then when it comes to rosters. Bringing Razis in is probably the best one you could look at there. But yeah, it was 1 win, 3 losses in the previous lower Swiss, and they've completely converted those numbers around and gone for 3 wins, 1 loss. So it's already a big change of form very quickly. And they're looking to, create some upsets on the main Swiss as well. I feel like there's definitely some potential there. And these young guns could definitely deliver some good performances. But their opponent is Sweet and Sour. And knowing Sweet and Sour, even though it's gone through various different iterations over the times, they're the ones that like to upset people. They're the ones that like to disrespect and get wins when they really shouldn't. They were, you know, if you look at this organization, they were the only organization, quote unquote, set of, you know, this name, right, this banner. They were the only ones to beat Apex in this region last year on their Ascension run. And, you know, they got close as well in playoffs to try and get into those top four. Sure, they fell short in the end, but definitely a team capable of doing a lot. And when you've got players, you know, with the likes of Defo in there, you know there's going to be some quality in the roster as well.
I think the best way to look at this team in general, and I'm sure you share the same sentiment, they are all individually just cracked players, right? Whether you look at the pedigree of players like Defo, or you're looking at the younger up and comers of sort of Taisi and Yanto, you have to give them respect where respect is due, right? They've proven why the name of Sweet and Sour sure goes through a couple of different iterations. Taisi's back. He used to play in the first two splits in 2024 is back under the name of Sweet and Sour, so there's still familiarity. And I don't want to be like, oh, they've got a new player, they're not going to be like super focused, they're going to have some, no, they're not going to have any adjustment period, I don't think, or even if it is, it should have been overcome by now. And there's familiarity with these players. I really think they're going to hit the ground running, and in particular just be a force to be reckoned with and be that sort of semi-upset team in the sense of, sure, you don't necessarily look at Sweet and Sour to be the top runners, but they definitely have an opportunity to knock some of those top teams down a peg or two.
Oh, for sure. They've got real talent, they've got experience, and they've got some young firepower, an eagerness to win. And I think that's what excites a lot of people about Sweet and Sour, and will be a difficult opponent for Bitfix to play up against. Now, we talked about best of ones and how, you know, not the easiest situation to be in playing best of ones. They could really go either way depending on, you know, who starts off well. There's no chance for reverse sweeps really in this situation. Now, we've seen Bitfix Gaming through the lower Swiss. We've seen what maps they've been bringing up for Sweet and Sour since the map changes. We've got no clue what they can bring, you know, what they can provide. And, you know, switching Taisi in instead of Affen, there might also be a different ideology on how they want to approach them. So any thoughts there? What can we expect?
Well, they have already shown a couple of maps from the previous map pool, and I don't think they're necessarily going to stray too far away from those. Maybe bring maybe the Ascent back. It's bread and butter of these teams. It was out of the map pool for the shortest amount of time, but every other iteration of difference in map pool, Ascent was always there. And with the new agents that are coming out, it makes the map a little bit more interesting, a little bit more variability that you can get on it in particular. So that might be a map, but also they've been playing really great on Split and Haven in the most recent matches that they've had. Obviously, sure, we're talking about Taisi coming in, but again, it's not really a massive change for this roster. You could make the conversation about being different ideologies coming in, but it's more about the roles that I'm looking for Sweet and Sour to get sorted out, because I'm assuming Taisi would be coming in as that duelist.
Probably. The Ascent being the map of this series, this best of one, it's going to be an interesting one. We already know the comp for the likes of Bitfix, and they have played it already quite a bit. So yeah, they've got that double sentinel with the likes of Deadlock and Cypher, which can be quite treacherous, and we got to see it yesterday as well, and how dominant it can be, especially on that defensive side, but showed some capabilities on the attack. But the Yoro for the quick rotations is also something that you need to be wary of. And look, Sweet and Sour were one of the teams that did adapt throughout the split previously, right? Did make a lot of changes, adaptations, saw what worked, what didn't, and wasn't, you know, shy from creating a lot of different changes for themselves. Take Pearl, for example. They played that map 4 times. They've had 3 different comps. Take Haven, for example. They played it 5 times and had 3 different comps. So I'm curious to see how they start approaching a map like Ascent now that, since the last time it was in the competitive pool, a lot of things have changed. New agents, you know, different meta. What's going to look like? What's it going to look like for them?
I wouldn't put it past them bringing the Waylay out, right? Sure. Or trying to run something similar to the G2 comp over in Americas, because honestly, last night I was watching that game, and when I say Jorgamol on the Waylay was absolutely incredible on Ascent in particular, so that might be something that they bring out. is not necessarily the most tried and tested composition, and it can be harder to integrate the Waylay into the rest of the comp without changing stuff up, of bringing like a breach or something like that. But talking about the composition that Bitfix are coming, again, we were talking about it's been that 2022-23 comp of the double sentinel, 23-24, sorry, of the double sentinel, and we saw, well, Ace Gear kind of popped off with it yesterday, right? It was super strong, and yeah, there you go, the Waylay coming in. Admittedly though, you haven't got that breach, but it's the KO and the Teo, and I think that's going to be such an important combo to how well they're going to actually enable Defo, and it's interesting to see Tycer going over onto that flashes.
Indeed, indeed. It'll be cool to see. But again, two different ideologies on how this is going to be played out. Last time Ascent was played, last two times Ascent was played here for Bitfix, it has been a dominating run, flawless throughout the entirety of their gameplay on this map. 13-5, 13-2, the two most recent matches. And one of those teams is Wild, who has also competed, who's also competing again for the second time on the main Swiss stage. So yeah, it'll be cool to see if they can bring that dominance against, you know, I don't want to call them Titans because they're not quite on that Titan status, but they are a daunting team to play up against nevertheless. And even if you are a Titan and you play against Sweet and Sour, you're never going into the match thinking it's going to be an easy game. So yeah, it's going to be a tough one, an uncomfortable one that could really be explosive, and I can't not wait to get things going. It's going to be Bitfix Gaming beginning things on the defensive side, as Sweet and Sour will be opting for that attack.
I think this is where we're going to see a little bit more of a struggle for Bitfix in the sense of the last three games that they've played. Well, the defensive side isn't going to be necessarily going as great as they'd wish, especially when you have that double sentinel. I think they have about a 40% win rate on these, and that's across around 20 rounds, I think, has been played. But it's more of the attack. They went like 30-6 on attacking rounds. So let's see how well they can make this defensive side work to make it even scarier when they switch over onto that attacking half. But Sweet and Sour already poking and prodding over towards A. Martix has extended that grav net. It's got a little bit of information that there were some players there, but there's no committal from Sweet and Sour yet. But look at the setup that they have over towards mid. You try to go mid, you're going to be walking into a slaughter.
Yeah. It's like the meat grinder already prepared, right? You're getting the gears in, sharpening all the blades. That's basically what mid looks like here for Bitfix Gaming. Sweet and Sour, on the other hand, take it slow, take it chill. Make sure that Bitfix don't really do anything too aggressive.
But even if they don't go mid, right, you have so many players in this small like space. They go B, you have an amazing market sort of flat out. You go A, the rotations are going to be hyper quick, whether you go all the way around to tree from spawn or you go through mid to short. It can lock these Sweet and Sour players in, but it's just whether Bitfix are quick enough on the draw to make it happen.
You've got to break the wall. Well, it's going to break on its own, and that's what they're waiting for. 25 seconds on the clock, and Sweet and Sour make their move. Quick light speed in, refract out. That's how you tease them if you're Defo. There is some stopping power here from the defensive side, and it does delay Sweet and Sour on their entry, but they've managed to make their way in without a single casualty. And now, Bitfix don't want to slow down either. Syntix, great on the entry. The Recon as well, spotting out two players, but when can you find them? Flash going in their direction. That's when Sweet and Sour's up to peak. That's Defo getting another. Even though all the Sweet and Sour players are running out of HP, diseased, down to 4, barely standing, but Bitfix Gaming getting most of the picks. Only Defo remaining back of sight. Razis doesn't even need to see him. Shot through the wall, and that's going to be a successful retake for the Bitfix Gaming squad.
Just look at how much pressure Bitfix had so early on, right? They had so many plays in pre-straw. You lose Martix to the utility of Tycer, but even then, there hasn't been a moment of peace and quiet for Sweet and Sour on this site, right? There's no comfortable positions, and that meant when the flash comes out over towards heaven, people are out of position, and it forces them into, well, not the best place that you want to be. Defo over towards hell when you're in a 1v2, one's lower, one's upper, you're going to just get your toe shot. So coming into this one now, there's a force coming out from Sweet and Sour, Pavlos.
Yeah, I mean, they got a few kills. They got the spike plant. They're just going to give this a go. Sure, okay. Don't see this way too often, but Sweet and Sour are not the type of team that will follow trends. They create their own. Don't really care about what anybody else does. They've got this A site. completely clocked in. Let's see if they can walk into it without too much issue. Lamely, backside, deadly, as he collects a double for himself. And there's still plenty of Sentinel utility that Sweet and Sour have yet to deal with.
That's definitely going to be a hurdle they need to figure out quickly, right? Obviously, you do have Defo's ability to get past a lot of this util relatively quickly and dive towards the backside and towards the anchors. But the issue is, a Stinger versus a Spectre, you're going to be favoring the Spectre, especially in that engagement there, and doubling up for 2 just makes this force from Sweet and Sour just a little bit too lackluster, and especially when they're trying to go and split in, Syntax has a judge.
Yeah, it's the perfect gun for the situation, but he's let Sweet and Sour walk past. Yeah, the look pretty quick. The cam does reveal their position as well, so Bitfix, all aware, Razis with a higher angle. Won't really allow anyone to do anything wrong. Lamely, brilliant hold. The double kill to begin with and following up with a second one at the end. Bitfix had as dominate as a round as they could have hoped for, given that Sweet and Sour forced into it.
Yeah, this entry kill here is super, super important, and just the fact that Lamely has been able to not only survive for quite some time on site, but survive all the way through the round, being able to play around that survival smoke on site and just catch some of the Sweet and Sour players off guard who are trying to push the issue because they weren't able to net many kills. They needed something with that force, and it has put them down onto a really precarious money situation. Tice even going down under 1,000 credits just to get that Sheriff out.
Yes. It seemed like Sweet and Sour spending the round to figure out what setups look like. Spread out. Try and maybe bait out some rotations, some over peaks. Instead, it's Vitty to lose life early. But it looks like also Bitfix will try and go aggressively here. Martix, good for the double. And this round already looks like history.
And the issue is, you're talking about them poking and prodding to figure out their setups. The only issue is, we've seen different setups every single round. Sure, it's been 3 rounds in, like, give them the benefit of the doubt. But we've seen the Cypher over towards A, we've seen them on B, we've seen them towards mid. Same goes for the Deadlock utility. So for the side of Sweet and Sour, you can't comfortably make a call of, okay, we're going to go fast here, we're going to deal with XXX utility on the way, because the utility is constantly in different positions. And again, another switch up, look over towards short, that's going to get shut down with both the Cypher trip and also the Deadlock utility. You try and shoot the Cypher trip, you're going to get stunned up, and then there's going to be swings possibly off that, and that's sort of like a kill area for the side of Bitfix to work with, while also Syntax walking into main with the judge. It's just so many different layers that they're showing, right, that Sweet and Sour have to deal with.
So true. And yet again, the switch up, but this time shown with aggression. Yoru Cypher buddy system, this time watched, deceased. Scoping in as well. Perfect timing for it at that. Razis didn't have a chance. So Sweet and Sour finally start off the round with the lead.
They still have deep main control both sides. The only place they have a little bit of question mark is towards mid, but that's still, the cross is being watched over by Quick, so they know that the CT position hasn't been compromised just yet, and the rotate from Martix is coming in to just try and bolster up that position. Lamely left on an island over towards A, but the only issue is they're not going there, so they might be walking into a stack. I say that, a knife has pulled Quick's out of the position over towards B. Now concerned with a mid-market push.
Syntax, hoping he doesn't get caught by the flash, walks back right on time, but Aziz is ready for it. He ripped Syntax's skull to shreds. Ugly to see. But for Sweet and Sour, pretty damn good. Quick's overwhelmed as well, with Def rushing in his direction, punching him down as he goes. Martix trying to create some havoc himself, try to catch someone off guard, doesn't go his way. This round is falling to Sweet and Sour's hands. They get the early pick, they're able to call the right site on the mid round, and they're able to get a very clean win by the end.
There's all patience, right, from Sweet and Sour. They had zero main control at all. They were bunched over towards tiles and towards mid. And Disease just patiently waiting for that kill to be gifted realistically in that overextension into main. And then just going through the processes of clearing what angles you need to clear out onto site. You have Defo pushing down towards stairs. They're crunching this site player. Sure, even if Defo falls, you have the lane players to trade up. So there's nice protocols from the side of Sweet and Sour as they're going out onto the site. It's just, it comes after getting 2 entries as well, and it's still got a little bit precarious should 1 or 2 fall.
You're starting to see some ultimates pop up as well. Deceased with a Steel Garden. Sure, you've got the From the Shadows. Sand does have the long distances that you can try and bait some sort of a position, but mostly used for info. Steel Garden used instantly.
It's not going to hit
It looks
CT.
like they're trying to make it a quick entry. Dash, updraft above, into Sart already. It's not even the jet, never mind, it's Defo. Just dashing in. Doesn't need any of that cloud shenanigans to walk through. Still the picks go traded equally. As Bitfix trying to create a quick rotate of their own. They're not going to wait at all. No command utilized. Denying any sort of utility usage, and it's Sweet and Sour to try to take the attack to their opponents quickly as that, still destabilizing the push. And Sweet and Sour have got most of their players available, locked in. This site is a fortress. Every corner treacherous. And Bitfix Gaming surely don't have the confidence to go for this anymore.
No, you can already see Raz is just hightailing it over towards A, wanting to keep that operator into the next round. Melly even tripping that wall over towards main. Hopefully he can get some exits on the way out, but I doubt it's going to be much. But also the fact that Sweet and Sour, they... Oh, okay. Lamelli didn't want to trip the wall, but with tripping the wall with his TP, that meant Sweet and Sour were late getting out of main, and they lose 3 players. It's not going to affect them. They have a lot of money, right? But still, it can bring into the question in the next couple of rounds. Should Bitfix start to win them, or at least make them super expensive similar to that one? We could see the money situation of Sweet and Sour come into question again, like we saw after that 4th round loss.
Very true. Got to be wary. You got to be cautious. You can see Sweet and Sour start to ask the questions early, right? They're the ones that try to make sure that Bitfix don't get overzealous. Although, talking about Bitfix, they're the ones that have control of the mid right now. Even though Razes gets smoked, he takes the extra step forward. That is risky, and he has to pay for it with his life.
That's with 0 support as well, just wanting to try and take the timing peek out of the smoke, gets punished for it. A little bit more of an exploration up over towards mid, but again, sure, you haven't necessarily got a player playing over towards market or pizza or anywhere in that region, but you still have that camera for the cross, so there's still information for Bitfix to work with that hasn't been compromised, and it means that the players over towards A, especially with the setup over towards main, they can have a little bit more comfortability in looking towards short. I say that, Defo narrowly misses an extra kill.
Indeed. Could have been sweet, but instead it's sour.
See what he did there.
30 seconds left.
I'm not proud of it. Sweet and Sour, though. Looks like they've made up their mind. Trying to move into B. This time through market.
That doesn't break the trip.
And there is still a lot available for Bitfix Gaming. Still, the dagger does break a lot of the utility, but the Armageddon from the backline does so much. Martux, quadra kill, completely dismantling Sweet and Sour on their attempt to push. That is incredible stuff, completely stopping down the momentum.
Yeah, even pops the ultimate in, right? Knows it's going to get shut out because everyone is in towards this market position. Decides, you know what? If my ultimate cannot secure the kill, I will. Swings out of the smoke, gets the first, and just takes it 1 by 1 to get a quadra kill. And look at the ultimate, right? He's already halfway to another one.
Nuts. Just needs 1, 2, 3 orbs. That's it.
Cover going out.
We'll definitely be seeing the cocoon pop up again.
And if it's got a conversion like that again, then it's going to be something Sweet and Sour have to be wary of. But talking about being wary, Bitfix over towards B. This setup from the Cypher Sova might come into question, and Defo has the ultimate up online. So should a quick sight hit come in, it's going to be dangerous for these 2 players.
Indeed, and you already see that the ultimate convergent pass does quite a lot to slow down the defenders, but still that recon is really strong. Make sure that BitFix have got the right attention in the right position. And Quicks, that is so explosive, catches Defo off guard, and BitFix show you're a team that has no respect. We'll teach you respect.
But they took too slow to get out. The players on site no longer waylay ulted. And then they can just fight with confidence, whether it's Syntix peeking or, well, Quicks just jumping up and being an absolute menace over towards lane. A 5th round on the board for BitFix, and yeah, a timeout for Sweet and Sour after that one just falls apart at the seams.
Did Quicks have a kill before this round? Was it a double kill or a triple kill for Quicks? Either way. Solid round. And I'd like to remind you, Summer, think 2 rounds ago when Sweet and Sour lost 3 players to the Spike explosion. I think now they're starting to feel the pains of that.
Yeah, just looking at the money, right? Sure, you can make a conversation of the sheriffs can do damage, but you don't have Diseased Steel Garden to try and bring it down to an equal foot in regards to weaponry, at least for those site hits. You do have Yantos, but realistically, are you wanting to invest something like this when there's nothing really to back it up from Sweet and Sour? Should they start to get a couple of kills and you can be into that post plant, then sure, but they're also going for this half buy of getting the stingers out because they're going to be on a decent amount of loss winners that they'll be fine going into the next, but it's going to be another test for BitFix Gaming if they can deal with these stingers for a time again. They did it on the second round when they had similar sorts of buy, but now there's a massive gap, right, Pablos, in the weaponry that's coming out. You have Vandals and an Operator against a bunch of stingers.
Defo trying to bait out at least some utility or maybe some disrupt really the spray patterns of the defenders, and Sweet and Sour suddenly might have a chance because they've given themselves the advantage in numbers. Razis on site takes an aggressive stance, TP's out and completely turning up the script. Syntix arrives to the site and BitFix show up. That was nuts.
Nice couple of kills from Sweet and Sour, but as soon as it comes into that site hit, Razis gets the first with the Operator, and then it's an influx of players out from the Heaven Peak. Yeah, you don't want to be taking that angle against a bunch of stingers left, right. But yeah, you can see it's just absolute carnage as soon as the player is trying to get out onto site. You have just an Operator on the site itself behind Dice, and then you have the players running out of Heaven in support.
Razis is playing Yoru like he's playing Chamber.
Yeah. And it's working, right? Like, you get that kill, you get out in safety, and while players are still looking towards you and worried about this Operator, and then they just get hit in the head by the Vandals of the players coming out of Heaven. And an early ultimate from Quace. Yanto doesn't even get to play in the round. That's the spike dropped. It can be easily retrievable by the rest of Sweet and Sour.
Defo sneaked past.
No, Syntix is away for sure, especially with the timing possibility of getting past this trip. There's going to be some call and sound cues that's at least alerting them to the position, but that means the site is a little bit weaker. You do still have that Operator posted up over towards main, but it's so important to see what Defo can do with this position, because Syntix doesn't want this to be a point of, well, concern. He wants to clear it out, but the issue is it's going to be the complete opposite.
He's completely blocking out the rotations. He split the map in 2. The 2 players left on the A site are left to defend themselves. And repositioning. Now Quicks is to wonder, what angle has Defo taken? Well, he's not even taken an easy angle. He's on an off position that can't be predicted. And I think if you just get Martix killed here, get the spike down, this round could be counted in their favor, but the fact that Martix is still alive, this is troubling. This is dangerous. Spray down through the smoke. He gets 2. 5 seconds, you gotta get the spike down. I think Defo might be able to do it, but he might have to give his life in the process. Quicks is able to find him on time as the smoke fades out. That was more chaotic than I thought it would get.
It was looking great, right, for Sweet and Sour. You cut off the rotations, like you said, you even do damage over to Quicks, who necessarily can't come in to support the players that early on, but the only issue is there's a player left on site, and with the smoke just in front of Hell, you can see it here, gets one through the smoke, and the follow-up onto Disease almost secures that round for Bitfix Gaming. And I came into this saying they need to get like a solid 4 or 5 rounds onto this defensive half because they excel on the attack, and well, they're doing the exact same on the defense. 7-2 right now. Gotta be brimming with confidence.
Defo taking an early peek, not really respecting any utility that could be around. Not really assisted with much either. Sure, the Armageddon does drop in, but you're playing with Stingers. You kind of need a pick to go your way and quickly. Post up in quick and close angles. Yeah, the dimensional drift is going to complicate the endeavor. There's a lot of information available. The paranoia making the 2 players and how blind. Still Garden dropping. Yantu on site. The Cocoon dropping in as well. That's going to net an early kill for Bitfix. They're getting pickups one after the other. 2 players left, but not for long. Bitfix make a clean work of that play.
Such a clean retake, right? I hope you get to see it in the replay, but it's more of the ultimate coming in from Razes than the paranoia from Lamelli just to isolate those players towards the Hell. You have the ultimate from Martex going over towards main, the Cocoon net in 1, but it's also the follow-up then after it. You have the Steel Garden coming in from Disease, because he's ulting from main, it's not going to hit everyone. That means the heaven pressure is still there with those rifles, and enough time is bought and netting kills from the heaven position that by the time the rifles come back out, the players on site are ready and just dropping like flies, and that's 8 rounds. An amazing half already. Sweet and Sour used so much ultimates in that one. They used Yanto's and Disease. That's something that they're not going to have for the rest of this half, but they do have Defos close to Tices as well, so they still have an opportunity to make a hard and fast sight hit.
Yeah, they'd love to have the ultimates available now on the full buy round. But they've definitely alerted of their mid presence, but Bitfix Gaming happy to have their players polarized on either side. No one needs to entertain mid.
But you're talking about the ultimate that Tice is close to. Look at the setups right from the Sentinels. They've traded sites and they've given each other the setup. So should any sort of knife or even the null command come in, that's going to do absolutely nothing to the setups on the sites themselves.
The Smoker's going to block Quix's viewpoint here. Defo trying to lock in, but it's Razes to get the first blood. Bitfix have got plenty of players to the defense of this. Syntax hasn't yet been challenged. It's all down to Razes, but finally shut down. 2v3. Spike dropped, and Lamelli has joined the fray. Paranoia will be dropping in, and he could potentially go in for the fight, but he needs someone there to reassist. Knows that if he does push for this, he does reveal his position. Martix has to respect the position, knowing that Sweet and Sour look to push in themselves. Here comes the convergent paths. Syntix doesn't have to move though. Can stick to the angle that he's holding, and he's successful in winning the first fight. Does get the second pickup as well. That is nuts. Syntix holds it down single-handedly. That's going to be a 9th now on the back for this team.
And it's the support from Martex's utility, like I was saying. Sure, it doesn't actually come down to the fact that you have a null commander or a Kato knife being utilized, but look on the way in, both of them hit both players, 1-for-1 coming downstairs. That's the Waylay dead and dealt with, and then as soon as you try and drop down to trade your teammate, you meet the second stun, and he can just farm up those kills comfortably in backside, and that's 9 for Bitfix Gaming.
You were already talking about 8 being a good half score.
8.
How about 10?
7 was great for this team because like looking at the stats, same composition that they've been running, they weren't necessarily doing great on the defensive side. They were like, it was like 9 to 12 rounds, not awful, but 30 to 6 rounds on the attack. Sweet and Sour have to be scared if they can't get this third.
Oh yeah, Defo trying to make space for his team to walk in, but Razes is there to stop them all from crossing. Does damage onto the second player, but not enough for the pickup. Quicks in the corner. Doesn't even come down to him, Syntix. He feels comfortable. That's his nest. That's his territory. No one shall pass, and when he's dealt with, Quicks now comes into the picture. Lamelli, also a timely join of that position. 10-2 is a halftime score as Bitfix are able to completely annihilate Sweet and Sour in the first half. There is a long road to go for these menaces. Let's see if there is any chance for the comeback or Bitfix can seal the deal.
Spike down mid. Spike remaining.
If you expected this score, props to you. I didn't expect it, and probably neither did you. 10-2 for Bitfix, the newcomer to the main Swiss, and Sweet and Sour left with so much to do.
It starts with a pistol? Can we say that? In the sense of it's 10-2, it's devastating for Sweet and Sour. They need something to go in their favor, and well, they're looking over towards mid. They're not necessarily going to find anyone, except maybe Quick's holding this cross.
And he's able to find the first pickup. Sure, there's a trade, but now if Bitfix are able to retrieve the spike without too many issues, that B site is barren. Free real estate, they can just walk into it. They don't know that yet, and trying to save Martix's life, maybe Bitfix are entertaining this a little bit too much. Sweet and Sour have lured their attention towards mid, and that's exactly where Bitfix are trying to go. Catch the rotations, doesn't work out.
Spike down.
Doesn't work out. Spike dropped again, and this round is dropping to Sweet and Sour. Yeah, I could be jumping the gun here, but we know Raz is an absolute specimen. But yeah, 1v4, that's asking a bit too much.
I mean, it should start with at least an orb and a plan, and possibly even a death throw or a kill. You can start to see the ultimate get online a little bit early for Razes, and we've seen how impactful that can be on the defense for retakes in particular, but also when we're talking about the site hits. It can be nice to dismantle some of the pushes, but Tycee is not gonna let Razes have any fun. Read into the play, saw the TP, and just sat on it like a mother hen. Indeed, read like a book. Honestly, Bitfix, if they would have just turned the corner in B and realized there was no one there, I don't think they would have entertained the mid fight.
Over there.
I don't think they knew how many players were in mid, right? Because you have Quakes, I think, only spotting 2 maximum, maybe 3, but having dealt with 1, you still only have information on 2 towards mid. You're expecting possibly the site anchors to still be on to B, possibly pushing B main. So they wanted to fight through mid because that's where they knew where they were positioned at. Well, they didn't necessarily know everyone was there, but they wanted to try and pull the kills back in their favor. Unfortunately, it's the complete opposite. Sweet and Sour walk away with a lot of kills.
And it doesn't seem like Bitfix are getting too much of it for the classics. Vitty, give him an ace. Oh, Defo has got to spoil it. Come on. Reported. Kicked. That's it. End of his career.
At least it's a nice sort of little moment for Vitty to just get a little bit more confidence coming into this one, right? Nice couple of headshots, dealing with it all. We didn't have to show the Decker one. We could have just pretended it was Ace, guys. Like, but it is important for them to get that over the board as cleanly as possible, right? You still have the outlook coming out. It's not really going to be super impactful in the sense of everyone on the side of BitFix has that full shield, so didn't really invest anything into that round.
But I feel like this is where this game could potentially be decided. That is a BitFix win. Sweet and Sour win. This is still up in the air. Viti strong to get that angle under lock and key. Lamely, though, able to trade without giving his life is massive. And look how they turn their attention towards mid quickly. There's only one defender there. If they deal with the C's, B-side is open for the taking and a potential clean sweep here for BitFix. But how many can this East take down with them? That is the big question here. Stinger in hand. How much can you find? The answer is 2 pickups. Ghost in hand. Quick Sword is up. Oh, turns around. Maybe thought he got the kill. Either way, so much damage done. And even though you have a clear sight way into the B bomb site, a lot of damage has been done to you already.
And
Here.
Quiggs is stuck in market with the spike. You don't know the B side's clear. You haven't necessarily spotted anyone other than VT on the Omen over towards A.
Left.
Sure, you're going to get a little bit of information from Yanto, just breadcrumbs for BitFix Gaming to work with. You can see that trying to diligently clear out these angles, but you're looking at Lameli to be going massive here because he's the only one with HP and Vandal, and you look at that. Yanto had a quiet first half for an impactful kill.
Oh, Quicks, hoping, let me get the spike plant, let me get the spike plant. Nope, disallowed, denied. Yeah, no, this is a statement round here for Sweet and Sour. 3 consecutive, winning their bonus. They're on the hunt. They are never out of a game.
And it starts with a couple of bits of missed utility over towards A. You saw the graph net going out trying to nest over towards Wine. Stops just shy, which meant that you have that position of main and Wine crossfire that you can play with relatively more comfortable. There's like starve of information of the Wine presence. You see them try to go clear it and they just get shut down for it. And that meant A main control was still in favor of Sweet and Sour. And yeah, you have to be looking towards Disease on that Stinger, going above and beyond.
True. Yanto here, what can you do in this situation? Spotting out with some early players, getting some early pot shots in as well, but BitFix have completely switched up their tempo in aggressive. Deceased doesn't have a chance to retaliate. Yanto backside does get challenged, but it's the util from Ticey that actually is very highly impactful. BitFix, we're hoping for an extra pick here, maybe the plant as well. That doesn't seem to be the case anymore. 2 players disjointed, but very capable. Oh, it got scary. Martux nearly ran away with a double kill there. But no, crisis averted. Sweet and Sour still in charge.
It's nice to see Yanto starting to get a couple more kills, right? He had a dreadful first half, and you've got to be feeling for the confidence of that player in the sense of you're playing onto the initiator anyway, trying to set up the rest of your teammate, and when you just haven't got the capability or the chance to follow it up for a large majority of this game, and it's not as if anyone else was having the best time at all, because, well, BitFix Gaming had an incredible first half, but it's nice to see some of the Sweet and Sour players starting to rack up that confidence.
Now. Cage trigger.
Talking about confidence, heavy push over towards B main, and they're just continuing to go. They do not want to stop. They're going to be gathering so much information over towards mid. As soon as they get this, you can have Waylay rotating back over.
Well, the Dimensional Drift has realized that no player is holding the site. They know the operator is in hand of deceased. He won't be peeking that again. 5v5 for this retake. Oh, this really could go anywhere. I'm just looking if there's any big ultimates available. No, there aren't. It's going to have to be just pure, simple utility. There are some flashes available. The dagger from Ticey is now available. Will be broken instantly. What flashes are in store? Razes has both of his. That could be really strong. Here's a breakaway, though. Defo overwhelms. There's still a trade up as Razes picks up a double of himself. Sweet and Sour win most of these fights, but it's Quicks to have to do it all on his own. Oh, a bit of a hop, skip, and a jump to seize. How does he get away with that? It's like Matrix. Able to avoid the bullets and finally finding some of his own diffusers here. Sweet and Sour not dropping the streak.
Comes down to fine margin. Disease with the operator hand, jumps down B, hops with the classic in hand, unfortunately is able to connect, but just looking at how this retake got dismantled, the knife going out onto the deadlock player who's trying to play with the trips over towards hell, right? You can see Matix on that jump up, ready to go off the stun on towards heaven, but the knife comes out from Ticey, neutralizes that sort of utility, which means the push from heaven is a lot stronger than it should have been with the setups that Bitfix Gaming had to stop that retake.
This Fury actually a very early use of it. Doesn't really find much. Never mind, I take it back. Ticey destroyed. Now, sure, there's a cheeky angle on Viti out on wide, but this double-sided approach from Bitfix can still be a dangerous one. Viti trying to rejoin the site and hopefully be a part of this defensive. And not only is he a part of it, he is the defensive! That's it. Hands up, absolute cinema. Defo also taking on the fight. Operator in hand, sweet and sour. The moment they enter the defensive side, nothing can stop them.
Just look at the streaks of round Powerbot. It's been utter domination from one team or the other. And we're looking at a game where it's 10-8. It was a 10-2 half. And now it is 10-8 scoreline. What is going on in regards to these teams on the defensive side of Ascent? Is there a patch update that I've missed in the sense of this is now a super defender-sided map, and no matter the composition, you're bound to get at least 6, 7, 8 in a row. And with the money for BFG now... Oh, I say that. A miss thrown over towards mid has allowed Razes to capitalize on the exploration of Defo.
Gets away with murder.
Literally.
But he's got a big old wanted sign on his head. Lamely, though, is doing his best sheriff impression. Cowboy in town.
Wall tripped.
The B site seems to be where they want to execute, but this mid collapse from Sweet and Sour could be strong. Overwhelming as well. Annihilation coming through. Does it catch anyone? Don't think it does. But Razes is still shooting. Still connecting. The only thing is they haven't really gained site control just yet. They've only got 40 seconds to work with. The positive is that Sweet and Sour are split up.
And they've only been able to actually recover one rifle, right? So you're looking at Martix on this deadlock to see how much he can do. The only issue is Viti was dinged through the smoke if it was that mid-fight. It's only 5 HP to his name.
But he's able to get away with one and might be able to get even more. Paranoia affects both of them. TPs and gets himself a different angle of approach on tree. Smoked off for now. Bitfix will be allowed the cross. But who will be coming out on top of this one? It's still a 2v2. Door blocked. Spike punched in. Still Garden will slow down for a bit. Can it be utilized though? To get the cross in, Deceased, the healthiest of the two, is able to get in. Lamely making great work of the Sheriff. A triple kill in Lamely's favor puts Bitfix finally on the attacking board.
Still Garden is just not going to affect Lamely at all over towards backside, right? He only had that Sheriff, and that seemingly is all he needed. Takes down the high HP play with a crisp headshot, and then just seals the deal over towards the final player. And finally, Bitfix Gaming are able to break the drought of attacking rounds. And yeah, off the back of that, Sweet and Sour want to take a direct timeout, not only to assess what went wrong in round 19, but also to stop any sort of momentum that Bitfix Gaming can start to build up now that they've broken that curse.
It's just mad to me that it took a Sheriff round to do it.
Cinema.
I mean, it could have been any round. It could have been a buy round. It could have been one where they had a lot of ultimates. I mean, sure, they did use the deadlock ult, but didn't really surmount to anything. It was just the early pickups. Nuts. Insane.
And for the side of Sweet and Sour, what do you change, right? Is this a timeout to start to adjust your setup? Because realistically, out of the last 7 rounds, it's been pretty successful, right? But it's more of going in to try and stop the momentum, but also this is a time for BFG to also start to change what they want. It's given them a time to discuss what they want to do with 3 freaking ultimates, both with the Syntix's one, if they can get an early pick, but also Raz's in particular. We saw how well this worked over towards A in regards to getting the site control. And a lot of information that they can work off the back with.
Denied entry early on into Garage due to the smoke, but Razis just dry peeks it. No one there to greet him though, so real estate exchanged again, keeping a nice eye on the right-hand side extremity.
But the drone, the clone missing over towards B means, and getting stuck on that wall, means this wall from Vise has not been taken down or tricked or even baited out. And that means they're going to be a little bit more comfortable should they need to start to rotate over. Although saying that, they still have a fair few players over towards the speed side, and mid is super open.
It is. But it's not like Bitfix can exploit that for now. Instead, have to drop into the speed side. Dimensional drift, that's good. Because now they can figure out what the setup looks like, where everyone is holding their angles. Paranoia dropping, Razis will look to wake into the backside. Doesn't throw in a flash, so Yanto is fully capable of swinging on his position. Armageddon dropping in. Syntix using the Ural Theft to figure out your location again. Yanto wins that fight! He is strong under pressure, and now Sweet and Sour rotated over. They're quickly on this fight, which is why Bitfix are trying to bring up the tempo themselves. They need to deal with Yanto before they can ever consider getting the spike down. But Yanto is such a menace. He just doesn't go down. Another hindered, completely locked in place. Yanto will get a quad piece. One more away from the A. Smartix is all that remains to complete the mantelpiece. 5 bullets left, but it's Yanto that gets the full ace. B-side hold down.
Hey, this is his half, right? We were talking about him being down for the count in the first, and now with this string of rounds, he's answering back in kind, getting up to double digits, and an ace to get him there as well. A lot of supportive ultimates coming in from Defo to slow those players down, so he was able to isolate these fights one by one. And also his ultimate over towards the front of B, just out of main, that also stopped the rest of the players of Bitfix from swarming down onto that site. Bought enough time for the rotates to come in. Sure, didn't really need them in the end. There's a one-man army towards backside, but what a great way to stop any sort of momentum build, right? From Bitfix, they finally broke the curse, and well, the very next round, they're absolutely decimated by Yanto, who's just 1v5 them towards backside.
Oh, so true. I see, albeit finding the clone first, does do some damage onto Syntix. Bitfix have been interrupted completely. And the thing is, Yanto's on one side, Vitty's on the other. Choose your evil. Choose your opponent, and none of them are good answers at this point for Bitfix. Sure, Glamely has found a big gun to work with, to play around with, have a little bit of fun. But Vitty does not permit fun. All the fun that is allowed is on the Sweet and Sour camp. Remember how the half ended? 10-2. It is now 11-10. Sweet and Sour can smell Bitfix right now.
Surely 2 10-2 halves back to back would be unprecedented, right? In a match like this. Right, Bitfix came in, hitting the ground running, right? They got that 10-2 half out of the gate, and as soon as they switched sides to, might I remind you, their preferred sides over 3-4 different times that they've played this map, they had an 80% win rate on attack in regards to attacking rounds. And now Sweet and Sour, they don't care about the stats. They only care about hitting their absolute shots when they're coming into these sites, whether it's coming out of main or coming through short.
There's a scary Odin in hand. He already spotted out with Shelter, and it was just enough to start spraying. He gets away. Yanto there to help out. It's getting worse for Bitfix. Sweet and Sour dropping in location. Overwhelming. It's like they're dropping out of Apache helicopters. They're just dropping in from all across the skies, all angles, from the trees, from the shadows. It is scary to be Bitfix right now.
Nothing Bitfix are trying is working. Right, we look at the one round. The one round that they were able to net in this half was off the back of a 1v2 from Lamelli, but also off the back of a Sheriff round. As soon as they get rifles, they seem to crumble. And in regards to this one now, we're going into round 23. They're going for Stingers and half shields just so that they can have an attempt at a full by going into round 24 to, well, try and push this into overtime, because at the moment it's looking like Sweet and Sour are taking the lead and almost trying to take the map.
Indeed. Paranoia does connect. Some early damage done from Bitfix. Finally, this time around, they've got themselves the advantage. Can they stick the landing, though? Disease able to answer back, and he's holding onto the side well! Never count yourself out if you're Sweet and Sour. Always in the fight. Razzus has to turn his attention to the two players approaching him. They do hold hands in that exchange, and it will give them the advantage. You start off with a two-player lead. You will end it with a two-player disadvantage.
It's just a complete locked door slammed in their face, right? You look at that first entry, great. Lamelli is managing to get one, but Diseased here just does the absolute most. They're not even able to get out from a meter of market. You have Diseased over towards stairs. You also have the Odin just being spammed in their direction, just being an absolute nuisance. And now Sweet and Sour Pavlos have taken the lead from a 10-2 half. They're now standing at 11-12.
Never count Sweet and Sour out, that's all I'm saying. Just gotta believe. What if Bitfix Gaming bring things to an overtime point now? No, it's not gonna happen, sorry. Viti is just chilling out in wine, lounging, picking up his favorite red. Bit of a Chardonnay. I don't know any other wines. Bitfix, though, have gotten themselves a double. And there might just be an opportunity. Scratch that. Whenever you think there's a chance, don't. Because Sweet and Sour will completely collapse your dreams. Bitfix drop the 10-2 lead as Sweet and Sour are able to take over and get themselves a first win of the split. Goodness me, what a game.
What a comeback. Like, we can't even, like, I don't think the first half even matters in the context of what we've seen, right? Sure, if it was a quick closeout from Bitfix, like, yeah, we're going to praise them for that first half, but I feel like that's just going to get overshadowed by how poor that second half was. They got one round on the attack, and it is to credit of Sweet and Sour, they were everywhere. Like you were talking about, as soon as the short presence finally got through it, like they lost 3 players through an Odin spam. Great, we finally got Garden. No, you have not got that control, because there's another player from Sweet and Sour ready. They're waiting to trade their fallen comrade.
But then again, you can't ignore the early approach from Bitfix. Then again, you've got to give them kudos for that defensive side, because it did look like a fortress. Thing is, you get one upped. that's the tough part about it. But yeah, no, strong stuff all across the board. Ascent on the defense here with these compositions, double sentinels and all that. You know that it's going to get a little bit more treacherous as you go. We get to see the Odin as well. People thought we'd be seeing less of it due to the nerf over to the B site with that wall being steeled up. But no, it's Viti to do a lot of the heavy lifting on this game. But generally, I feel like wherever Bitfix went, especially during that attacking side, someone from Sweet and Sour were popping off.
Yeah, I think it really is something that we were talking about before in regards to Sweet and Sour is a group of individual excellent players, right? And demons, just absolute demons. And you could see it right in that defensive half. I don't know how replicable that will be as they go further and further in, if they are able to bring back another 2-10 deficit. So they need to fix up that attack. But it's more of the fact that, like you said, it's you meet one player, they get 2 or 3. Great, that's a great stopping power for Sweet and Sour. But the only issue is, for Bitfix, there's another player left and right and heaven and hell and on site. They're just everywhere that Bitfix could not deal with, on top of the supportive utility that they were able to throw out to help their players on site. Like you talk about Ticey's comeback and talk about the mental resilience of Sweet and Sour as well. Ticey was down and out for the count. I don't think he had a kill in that first half, right? And I can say that now because he did fine in the second half, right? And they still won the game. But it's more off the back of it. You can't count this team out.
No, you can't. And I like the fact that you said Sweet and Sour. Can they really replicate this type of demon performance? They can. They can. Just a warning for you, because I know you haven't been around Challengers Northeast for a long. They can. They absolutely can. And I just want to see how far they can take it this time around. But that was the second match of the day. 2 more remaining. And up next, we do have Pixelumina taking on Detty Elise. And that's a nice little head-to-head that we'll have to look into in a few moments. And I hope to see you there for it.
Loading, straight with the lyrics like I'm bowling. Keep pushing on, keep rolling. Don't wanna listen, but I told him one more time. Your favorite MCs, bronze or silver. These raps here are golden. Cards on the table, there's no folding. Spit bars at the club, zoning. TikTok come to London, get ripped off. Man get pissed off when I start lift off. Sweet like flavors, cookie and biscuit. Found here, yeah, the bars I get ripped off. Picked up my song, yo, every time I tripped up. Little petty tender, the big rock. Me and my G's do everything mix up. Full circle, now everybody linked up. That's irrelevant, memory like an elephant. Keep your heart, but you know that it's elegant. Get mad, but always benevolent. Always moving up, just leveling. Constantly telling them rhyming, riddling. Cycle through these streets, I'm pedaling. Hibernating and boom, she's back again. Oh, cause a little fire on the track again. Turn the music up, vibe like an icon. Yeah, if you want buff, we can go psycho. Head to head, bar to bar, turn a mic on. Turn the music up, vibe like an icon. clear it's evident. Yeah, I don't mind, I'll do it for the hell of it, yeah. Elevate bars, I regulate, yeah. UK, wheel up the tune, just meditate. If it didn't get it by now, then it kinda late. Man thinks he's a bad man, but he's kinda bait. Live every day like it's my last celebrate. Mind on the task, we calibrate. Loaded, strike with the lyrics like I'm bowling. Keep pushing on, keep rolling. Didn't wanna listen, but I told him. One more time, your favorite MC's bronze or silver. Too bad these vibes here are golden. Cards on the table, there's no folding. Spit more than I can't zone in. That's irrelevant, memory like an elephant. Keep it hard, but you know that it's elegant. Get mad, but always benevolent. Always moving, not just leveling. Constantly telling them rhyming, riddling. Cycle through these sheets, I'm pedaling. Hibernating them bombs, she's back again. Oh, cause the little fire in the track again. Turn the music on, vibe like an icon. Yeah, if you bump up, we can go psycho. Head to head, bar to bar, tell them icon. Turn the music up, vibe like an icon. Who's the icon? Who's the icon? Icon. Who's the icon? Who's the icon? Icon. Icon.
It's time for the third match of the day, a best of one that could either put Pixel Lumina or Detu Elise in that 1-0 bracket in the Swiss stage. My name is Pavlos, joined by Summer to break down the action for the next few games. We already did so with the previous ones, and we'll continue doing it here again. Now, obviously, Pixel Lumina and Detu Elise have been here before, but Pixel Lumina had to go through the lower Swiss for a second time to get here, while Detu Elise making it to playoffs, get the automatic invite. What's the feeling for this one? Do we think Detu Elise will be the favorite here, or is Pixel Lumina's streak of form of the lower Swiss can carry over to this one?
I mean, it's not even just about this one matchup in particular. We look about all the first stage of the Swiss games. We've had a couple of upsets, but it is majority of the teams that are coming in as the highest seed that are able to walk out with the win. Even if it gets very close, like we just saw Sweet and Sour, they had to make it interesting, right? They just wanted a challenge of being 2-10 down to try and convert that one. But yeah, coming into this one, you definitely have to be looking at Detu Elise to really capitalize on the fact of the experience of they are on paper the better team, in the sense of they got further last time and they're coming down as players who didn't have to go through this lower bracket, right? And you're looking at the side of Pixel Lumina, and yeah, there's some sparks. They've had a decent run coming through that lower Swiss, but at the same time, sure, it's a 3-0 in the lower Swiss, but out of the teams that they actually had to play to get here, they weren't any of those big heavy hitting names that we've seen upset.
True. And I think when you talk about the names, you've got to talk about the new addition of Laser here, right? Because they do part ways with BCT, and it's not only just a simple change. They probably have to switch up their system a little bit, given the fact that it's the IGL they no longer have with them, and instead they've got to work around with a new addition. Now, obviously, it's not going to be an easy switch up, but for some reason they've made an even dominant run in the lower Swiss than they did previously. So it seems to be a great adaptation, as Laser, the Greek player at just 19 years old, will be joining this roster and seeing what he can do with them. And honestly, this being his first year at a Challengers level competition will have a lot to do. Most notably known for his Yoru, right? I went and looked past his entire history of playing, and it's Yoru where he stacks up the big numbers. And now Yoru being a big part of today's meta, I see him finding a great home with Pixel Lumina and you know, creating some form here. But obviously, they've got a strong opponent. As Detu Elise, they made it into playoffs. Sure, they dropped into that lower bracket very instantly, and from that lower bracket had to leave the tournament altogether. But hey, they've got another crack at it. They've got another chance, and maybe with a better seeding, with a better result on the main Swiss stage, they could have a better chance of making that top 4.
Yeah, and especially you can even see in the highlight really here that some of these aimers are just absolutely cracked, and I think that's a common occurrence that we have for some of these unsigned teams that are coming up and making their names known, not only as individuals but as that roster of 5. And of course, we mentioned in the changes that are coming through this roster in general. I'm loving the gunners coming into this, in the sense of having that decent play in the tier 3 level, coming up into a tier 2 and trying to replicate it and being successful for the most part. But it's more of the fact that Detu Elise, I think this new iteration of where we are in Valorant super favors them, right? You're talking about Pixel Lumina, they have a crazy Yoru player, they're being favored in the meta. But for me, Detu Elise has to be favored in regards to the map vetoes, right? They didn't really like playing Abyss or Bind. It was one of the Abyss was like their permaban, Bind was something that they floated, but they didn't necessarily like going towards. And with both of those two maps, well, getting told to leave, and now some of the more basic of the bread and butter of Ascent coming back along with Icebox, it's definitely looking like the new map pool can be favoring them. And especially when we're looking at maybe not necessarily the best of one for today, but when we go into those qualification or elimination games, the best of 3s, I feel like they can be super dangerous in those matchups in particular.
Yeah, and look, coming into this lower Swiss stage and the fact that you have shown your cards in some way, and what the comp looks like, what could potentially be in store for you, I think that's also an advantage that you at least will have, right? Given that they haven't had to show too much. Basically, everything is still in secret, given that the scrims have come through and the map pool has changed altogether. So yeah, that could be a cool advantage of it. But then you could look at it on the flip side, right? And say you've had official practice, you've had the real stress test. But looking at everything here, we do have our best of one being performed on Lotus. How do we feel about that? We haven't seen Lotus today, which is different from what we saw last split, where Lotus was basically the pick that everyone went for.
I think Lotus is a super nice common ground for both of these teams. It's not either of the team's best map, it's not their worst, and that's what you kind of expect coming into the best of one territory, right? You're getting rid of both your opponent's best and your also worst map, and you get left with Lotus left over. Admittedly, you'll have to be looking at Datulis. They have more reps on it. They have like 2 wins, 1 loss, but Pixel have 1 win, 1 loss. So it's nothing crazy detrimental in the sense of one team has so much experience on the map and vice versa. So I think this is genuinely the best place that we can see a competitive matchup between both of these teams.
Yeah, and the common parallel is that neither of them have played the map this split. Both of them sort of had that showing in the previous one. So even though we saw, what Pixel Lumina have in store for us a little bit more frequently, most recently rather, that's not really the case on a map like Lotus. So even though they boast, some upgraded picks with the likes of Teo and Vice, still things could change. And I think for the other side, you've got a comp which was like a normal comp to play maybe a few months ago, but isn't really run that often anymore. So we'll see if there's an adaptation there. It wasn't like a clean map for them, because the games they won weren't dominant, and the game they lost sure was close, but still, it's not at the point where you want it to be, especially when you're competing for wins in playoffs, right? And that's where Dead Elise really want to be. They want to continue that trend, and the fact that you've got some teams coming in from the lower Swiss, maybe not necessarily Pixel Lumina as a team on its own, but when you look at all the other lower Swiss teams that have made it through, there are some really strong ones there, and they are competing for wins against teams that you wouldn't really expect them to be competing for wins against. So I feel like the field has completely been shuffled all over it again.
Yeah, and talking about shuffling, right? Which, obviously having the new player coming in regards to Lazy, you're talking about how great he is on the Yoru. Does this mean that they're going to change their Lotus comp yet again? That's why I'm interested to see, because the 2 games they played it in most recent times, they've had 2 completely different comps. But no, they're going to be sticking similar on the sort of comp from Pixel Lumina. They're only switching out the Vice for the Cypher. It is still a change, but it's not sort of any groundbreaking of you changing your duelist, you're changing sort of how you want to go for the attacking side. But you talk about Datu Ulysse, they've completely changed this up, right? You used to run the Neon, the Fade, and the Breach, and the Cypher, and now, well, none of them are there except the Breach.
Yeah, I mean, sure, you kind of counter the fact that you don't have the Neon with a Yoru, so you'll still have a player that can quickly rotate over, be that extra player, whether that comes with attacks, defenses, when it comes to retakes, or maybe even just being the rotate player. So yeah, that is going to be an interesting aspect to it. I didn't quite notice to see what player is playing what, because that's also something you need to take into account, given that the roles can also not be that clear cut when it comes to Dead Elise, and when you talk also about roles, you got to figure out where do you put the new additions in as well. So Dead Elise beginning things on the defensive side. Pixel Lumina will be the aggressors and attackers from the beginning. I'm already seeing a big stack towards that left hand side, and it could be explosive.
Let's wait to see what actually happens when we do get into the game. But we were talking about Laser, just mentioning that as a crazy Euro play. He's actually going to be playing the Sentinel over on Pixel Lumina, so let's see how he gets tested. And it might be, like you said, over towards that first round, he's going to be holding down towards A as the rest of the team look in to see.
Yeah, it's a slow, methodical one. Oh, come on, 1-0. Sure, spots out ahead, instantly rips it apart. How about that? But the tempo has switched up for Pixel Lumina just a little bit, amping up the pace, getting into second gear. Well, they're tapping the brakes just a little bit, wanting to see if there's a breakaway through the smoke, a dry peek. The flash comes in a little bit late. Kia has to respect it. Look how he's dropping back here. trying to get a pickup. There is assistance, but that assistance is completely dropped to the ground. Basia, on the other end, is able to deal with Laser's lurk, but that's already an early plant.
Spike planted.
Especially with the Terror drone over towards CT, you're at least going to know none on the way in. But question is, Basia on the lurk has to deal with Maniac on his own. Gets the timing, but unfortunately it is a little bit of a windy day, but he does connect the shots eventually down to 15 HP, so he's a little bit worse for wear coming in for the retake.
So Simply and Sticks here want to figure out if they can deal with Basia first, but Basia's done the smart thing and hide away, knowing that he'd be the focus of this. Just his mere presence and existence in the back line is enough to disrupt this hold of Pixelina, so Dirty Elise expertly are able to play around this retake.
Yeah, some nice shots for them to start it off, and yeah, like you said, just being in that backline, Basia obviously gets his first, but it's the follow-up then finally gets the kill onto Maniac, but he doesn't overcommit. He doesn't want to push further in, just knows, like you said, his presence is the key thing and one of the main advantages that they have in that round, just to put pressure on the remaining Pixelina players that are on site, survives for the longest time, and even catches the timing just as the player goes back to clear sight, giving up on the flank and just gets with the shots in the back of the head.
Pixelina aren't really being quiet about this, stomping their way into this A site, so Dirty Elise will be aware. But then again, you want to see if it's just a little bit of a fake. For now, though, you're dealing with pistols. Let's see if Basia can find any damage here. Laser is laser accurate with his Sheriff shots. And Maniac joining in as well means that Pixelina have got themselves an advantage here. A Ghost upgrade, a Stinger as well in the hands of Laser. Opting up to move closer to this fight. That cam is perfect, knowing where two players are. Dirty Elise in trouble here, locked in. And Pixelina just need to hold their angles. They know they've done the heavy lifting already. 1-0 is able to find one. Is it realistic to say that they've got a chance? I don't think so. Maniac caught on the cross above. Kia actually might be turning the tides around here. 1-0 suddenly in a 1v2. Spectre opting off of it. Stinger rather, just looking to drop back. Has to hold on to the Outlaw. Pixelina able to win a pistol round.
Yeah, it's the second round win after not even having to force, right? We saw Sweet and Sour try to do something similar in regards to getting full weapons up. You get the Stingers, but yeah, it's just the pistols that reign true. A couple of Sheriff shots, a couple of classics as well, and sure, Kia puts his best foot forward, getting a double with the Stinger, but there's too many players of Pixelina to deal with over towards site.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
Win condition for Dirty Elise is trying to put this Outlaw in a position where, sure, even if it doesn't necessarily net a kill, do some chip damage so the Classics and the Sheriffs can have their chance to really be impactful into this round. But for the side of Pixelina, you want to be pressing the issue. I don't think they're ready for this to be so close up. The only thing is Bastion on this corner.
No-no's made. They just want to walk in without a flash or anything, and it works superbly. 2 picks to nothing. Pixelina cleanly take over the A site, not taking a hint of damage. KYA in a rough spot, but yet to be spotted, yet to be discovered. Sure Simply will be taking that engagement, but Kia suddenly gets 2. Does that put Dirty Elise in a position to retake? It feels like the rest of the players are a little bit disjointed, a bit too far away, so Sticks could close into this angle, deal with the opponent quickly, and that's exactly what happens. But 2 players low. How do you work around this? We've got to re-clear everything again. Sticks also has the guarantee, waits for the smoke to fade out and then drop in on behind. Spray down is everything that's required. Triple up, bolstering up the stats. Pixelina now have the lead.
And from the way it started, right, you have 2 very, very clean kills coming out, and it comes down to 2 players left on 5 and 10 HP respectively. What is happening with the eco rounds of these 2 teams, right? They're getting super close and dangerous, but now we're going into that full rifle round. Looking at Dirty Elise in regards to what they wanted to be fighting, looking like they're setting up for an A take with 1-0's TP back over towards C to help, well, negate some of the pressure if Basia starts to get pressured early on into the round, which may actually be happening. Look at where that spike's heading, and look where the pack of Pixelumina is crawling up to.
Yeah, Bassi has to drop back here. Snakebite dropping Maniac. Dropping into sight and not really having any resistance in the process. This could be a clean setup, and they've even left Laser to deal with any players trying to rotate late. They play aggressive? It looked like it for a second. I felt like there was going to be a collapse into Waterfall there. Doesn't happen. Instead, switch up the position again towards Spawn. They're not letting Daddy Elise set up here.
Look how scared they are towards Waterfall because of that early pressure. Now they have to go in that 2v2 setup to re-clear CT and Waterfall, and it's narrowly missing the shots through the smoke.
And now there's a clear opportunity for Pixelumina to break through. Smoke fades, that's 3 kills to nothing. Suddenly 1-0, and Gunners tries to bring things back, but they're already at a disadvantage. Gunners gets to optimal timing. Okay, turn the table completely around. Laser does get lazy peek, therefore does get the advantage on that pickup. 1-0, keeping it close though. A 1v1, not much time. You need to get onto the spike, and I think that 1-0 realizes there really isn't much of it left. Having to run away, at least gets the pickup, quadra kill for him, but it's Pixelumina that get away with a win.
You just love the proactivity from Pixelumina in the sense of early on they wanted to go and put some pressure over to Waterfall. It stunts the retake from Dirty Elise in the sense of they have to re-clear it, but they have to be careful about how they do it because they have no information about closed corners in the cubby, and then they also have to re-clear CT because that's also a point of contention that they weren't able to hold on to on that initial site hit. And sure, it comes down to the wire because the timing was great, especially on that player stuck on an island back site, but still it's a round on the board for Pixelumina and an eco again for Dirty Elise.
And the pace is slowed down. They know they've got a clear economical advantage, so why take risks? Chill out a bit, figure out if Dirty Elise are going for any type of gamble stat. That's a real possibility. Not the case though. Oh, Bassi gets pre-fired, and instead of feeling any sense of danger, walks in a little bit further forwards.
And also you have the rifle that was saved over rotating over towards Heaven. Although it's being watched, they are aware of that possibility, but the only issue is that's the only player with full HP. Should Maniac go for that engagement?
Scary stuff. Bastia takes the wider angle, ends up with the pick. That could be an outlook election. Rolling Thunder going towards a site. Kia is able to avoid it, goes in. Oh, thought he got the early pickup, doesn't. Instead turns his attention around towards it, simply gets a double kill. Oh no! This go round is going so wrong for Pixelumina. Dirty Elise taking full advantage of the chaos created. Kia with a triple. The complete game changer on the site.
It all starts with this kill right over towards B, but then they pivot and try to go towards C with the Rolling Thunder from Sticks. The only issue is both of the players on C itself have managed to thread the needle and narrowly avoid that ultimate, which meant as soon as the players started running out, thinking they could capitalize off, well, the stunned players on site left defenseless. The only issue is they weren't defenseless, Pavlos. There was also the orb on main from Bastia, and then you have two players completely unstunned. One, the hero rifle that they had saved over, and also the Sheriff that nets some clean kills.
Well, 1-0's position is definitely... He's spotted, doesn't care. He really does not care. Sure, makes this mount his own. Built it with my own 2 hands, he says. Sticks around for a little bit longer. Bastia does take one down before the showstopper puts an end to his life, but it feels like Dirty Elise still very dangerous. At least there's a rifle upgrade for Sticks. You kind of hope that he does the heavy lifting. None. Having to respect this position as well, especially given that he could be visible due to the Newell theft. And regrouping with the team. Laser gets caught trying to go for a Hail Mary. Sticks handed the rifle over to the more healthier players. Simply, what can you really do with it? He's stuck on site and they're trying to play hand in hand, stunned up for a little bit. Sticks, that's a great Sheriff shot. Now can you double it up? Gunners closing in onto the angle. Simply does make it competitive. How is it that competitive? I do not know. But Dirty Elise with that win are able to square things up.
And a couple of ultimates actually invested into that one, right? You have the Neural Theft of Laser and also the Showstopper. But talking about that first initial pick, that's twice now that the same engagement has gone 1-0's way. They struggling to realistically clear out this mound position. I don't know if they want to throw a stun or even use a drone just to clear it out for some safety, because so early on in 2 rounds where you've put your sights, we'll see initially, you've lost your smokes player off the TP over towards the left side of Sands.
Snuff them out.
Back to a crucial buy round though. Operator now in the hands of 1-0. Pushed it up mid. Viper's bit early. Put it out here from Daddy Elise.
A complete drone down onto B main, so they're gonna have a little bit more confidence trying to rear clear, at least deal with the camera of Laser.
Ooh. I got baited there. I thought for some reason that was Kias's TP going behind them. Never mind, 1-0. Thinking about it, having to drop back. At least the operator is still in play here and capable of defending. None and 1-0 both get dealt with. At least there is some sort of exchange. Kia needs to do some heavy lifting here. Just good for the 1. Pixelumina can play the trading game though. They've got more of the numbers. Gun is trying to stop the push with a rolling thunder. Gets out into the open, but Styx wasn't affected by it. Handing it all back in favor of Pixelumina. And Basia, what do you even do in this position?
They have money for the side of Daddy Elise to go into the next, and if you look at that of Pixelumina's, I wouldn't hate it if Basia doesn't even necessarily go for the round unless they get early kills. But more of playing for the exits and do as much economical damage as it is. But Basia is going to put his best foot forward. He thinks he can walk away with this win.
The cam hasn't spotted him either. It will now. Spotted. Snakebite on one end. 2 different angles though. Perfect hold here for Pixelumina. Can't go wrong with it. Gotta tell those. Thought line. And as well Styx, being as accurate as he is, Pixelumina have gained the lead again.
You could feel the desperation as well from Gunnar there over towards Mini, in the sense of you use that ultimate, you try to stall as much as possible because you're in that 2v3, you're not linked back up with your teammate, but it does the complete opposite effect. You've utilized your ultimate and then you've gone down to the 1 player that you weren't able to actually hit, and then you leave your teammate Bassett in the 1v3, an even worse situation that they were in before.
1-0 getting out of dodge for now. Rolling Thunder used preemptively. Trying to use it to break into the site. Maniac taking control over Hobbit, but he's still got to deal with the players that are just flooding out of smokes. Come on. If none got away with that, that would be ridiculous. Still, Pixelumina on the back foot, but at least they got site control.
They got more than site control. Look at towards Maniac is pushing towards. He might have the wraparound on 1-0 if he's not careful of the timing.
There's multiple different fronts happening at once. 1-0 wins his fight, but Maniac looking to join in on another himself. 1 HP, but it's a good use of the dimensional drift, gaining as much info as possible. Kia knows that laser's around, that stun comes in superbly. Daddy Elise seems to be poised to take over right now. The 2 remaining players of Pixelumina are grouped up. Aftershock, Paranoia, it is so damn tough to be Styx right now. Holding on to the defuse. Hoping that it's not the case. Styx walks out of the smoke, ends up having his head ripped to little pieces. Daddy Elise are keeping close score.
I don't think 1-0 actually realizes how close he was to not having any impact in this round, right? In the sense of, sure, you get the first, you get put onto 1 HP, a player tries to push you over towards CT, and you just narrowly avoid the reflank coming through. You're able to pop the ultimate, the dimensional drift, and look at how they played off of it. They spot the solo player over towards Link, you get the stun coming out, and that's laser down for the count, helps with the retake, gets you the advantage in the 4v2, and you can just stick that spike peacefully with so many players watching over any pushes from smokes, from CT, and then also that heaven push at the very end.
And the timeout to try and think this through a little bit. It's becoming a little bit chaotic. Sure, there was an early streak of rounds of success. Pixelumina did have the upper hand for a little while, but if you just look in the last 4 rounds in isolation, 3 of them went to their opponents.
And look at the effect that's actually done on the money, right? In round 7, I was like looking towards Basia to play for those exits because the money on Pixelumina was terrible, and just one round win followed up a round loss, and the money has been breaking. You sure you have the hero rifle coming in for Almo? But that's about it, right? You actually gonna have a force up with 2, so this is gonna be actually really expensive round for Detti Elise. If they're actually able to net it, Pixelumina are going to be in a shaky position. Even that Teo down to 300 creds.
Almo holds onto his angle though. Able to make it work with the From the Shadows 1-0. Peeking in and out of battle. He does find a solution, but it does feel like Pixelumina want to push through Waterfall this time around. Last time, they just stuck around a little bit longer, but 1-0. Good for the one, making sure that this attacking side has got less players available to. There's Paranoia wanting to go in for another, gets baited. That's the drone, or the clone, rather. 2v4. Rough world. You want to force the hand of your opponents, but instead, you're the one that has your hands and limbs cut off. Simply forced to clutch. 3 players coordinated, in tandem moving, but in tandem they shall fall! Simply, that is absurd!
That is genuinely the only way he can walk away with a win, right? I was thinking about the salvos timing. It was just starting to come back up online, but holy moly. I'm talking about this round. It's like it's going to be really bad for Pixelumina if they're not able to win this, and they're in a situation where even the salvos come in, he can't be in this corner, and they just 1, 2, 3 clean kill after another, and the savior of Pixelumina is able to answer back in kind with a round, putting them back in the lead. It's not much of a lead, Pavlos, but it's still a round up that they had no right in having.
I mean, at the end of the day, these rounds make a difference. You were talking about the economy earlier. It's struggling. Winning this gets them right back in pole position. Detti Elise now want to make sure that the rounds that they're ahead, they can guarantee. But at least for now, no trades have happened, Maniac. Oh, you sneaky guy. He's just a sneaky fella. Oh, but doesn't check his left-hand side. Yeah, no, cheeky fellas need to look left and right before they cross the road. Or Armageddon is proving to be treacherous. Almo has got himself in a sneaky position. The one-way works well. TP to the top. Ooh, Gunners was there and waiting. That's an optimal.
I have retrieved the spike.
I'm not going to count Laser out, but at least there's extra steps to this because he's got to put the spike down as well. But he's got time. Can he isolate? Is he out here? Yes, he can.
He has the ult on the plant. He has the ult on the plant, right? You get this. You can maybe try and sneak your way back over. Or if there's a... Yeah, you can't try and get that. You could see the thought process wanting to take a fight over towards heaven, possibly even cross into drop, but yeah, no chance to use that neural theft because, well, the players are ready and waiting for you.
Yeah, it's a rough one, isn't it? 5-5 now with Detti Elise. Yeah, they're probably thinking we shouldn't have lost the previous one, but at least we've been able to knock them down here. Pixelumina try to force a lot of plays, right? It feels like when they're able to force them, it looks good, but when they don't, that's when things go wrong.
And again, money's actually not great for either of these teams, right? You see some players going down to half armor. None doesn't even have the drone coming into this one. And then there's Guardians on the other side, so it's not ideal for either of these teams.
TP. It's been taken care of, but somehow Key is still alive. How are you still alive? Can get out of the way. Sure, Laser trying to double up, but can't even get the one. Gunners instead is quicker to the case. Pixelumina are losing individuals left and right. What do you do here? Detti Elise closing in on him on all sorts of different angles. You can see Basia rotating all the way out of C. None closing in as well from stairs. This is not looking great for the Lumina squad.
And HP on Almo isn't exactly favouring this gunfight over towards heaven. No. Although he has been spotted out, gets away with his life. The only issue is that smoke's going to be absolutely nothing because Ranzero is ahead of it on the lower. And just look at the respect Detti Elise are giving, right? You already know that A is on the lock. B is also on lock if they're trying to rotate back over. So is CT. So there's absolutely nowhere Pixelumina can go that hasn't been identified by Detti Elise and realistically identified where they want to push.
silver lining is none Kia 1-0 are fairly low. Guardians could do a lot of damage, though it's the headshot onto Kia. None tripling up 1-0. All he has to do is pop the dimensional drift and just stalk his opponent. Say, shoot towards my direction. It always gets scary when it's simply on the clutch, but no, it is collected here from Dirty Elise, at least guaranteeing by the end of this half, they'll be equal.
Did you think I'd let this thing go off?
I'm just waiting to see the economy situation, right? This was a scrappy round from both the teams in regards to missing utility, not that most ideal weaponry, and sure the ult comes in as a savior towards the end just to ping out the final player. But yeah, I was thinking that whoever won that 11th round likely will be taking control of this half and looking at that 7-5 scoreline, because Pixelumina, again, down for the count in regards to both ultimates and utility that are already online right now. Like, you're missing the drone now from the side of Pixelumina. None didn't need it in the last, so maybe simply doesn't need it in this one, but it's definitely not ideal.
The stun could be huge here. Gunner's able to stop.
We don't
Some of
check the
tracks out. They don't
corner.
even check the corner. He gets away with one, thankfully. Lazen simply checking that position for Dirty Elise. 1-0 doubling up as well, tripling up. He arrives right on time. Curtains called as Dirty Elise able to be the ones in the lead. The catch-up has been successful. Pixelumina now on the backhand as they try to make things work here for the second half.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
If you just joined in, that means you've missed a very, very competitive first half, but thankfully you're just in time to hopefully see yet another competitive side. Dead Elise versus Pixelumina as they do switch sides. Pixelumina now have to be the ones to receive their opponent's attack.
Wow, my eyes are down.
Talk about receiving an attack. It's actually Asio who has the offensive of Pixelumina over towards Zay and falls first, which means that's one of the flanks dealt with, and that also calls for the push out through B. But the issue is this fight's going down onto A.
It is. They've already gained a lot of space. None's been left behind to try and deal with any pesky player on the back lines. And he's finding a lot of success in doing so. Not only getting the first pickup, but delaying Sticks from crossing over, tries to engage on a different front, so simply gets his number there. Still a 2v3. Spike not going down makes a real possibility for a switch up in position, but it feels like Almo, as well as Simply, have read this superbly, still both lose their lives, and then at least have completely changed the tides.
Yeah, you want to be looking at that Pixelumina, want to stay proactive, want to keep walking, especially with that spike not going down. Don't want to give them a free brace and a free pathway out of A. But the only issue is they've just walked in and given up 2 free kills, left Sticks in a precarious situation, 1v2, only a stun to work with.
Oh, they've even placed a TP in the backside, so that could be either a distraction or a different angle of attack. It's unavailable. That catches both. That's going to delay. Could call for a double defuse aftershock. Forced out TP. You now know no one's on the spike, so you can just take your time, chillax. Sticks going for the fight. Sure, if he gets the pickup, that's good, but there isn't much time. 1-0 can toy with him here, and that's exactly what he does. Clean and very composed during that round. Detty Elise, great conversion for them.
Continuing on from the momentum that we saw towards the end of that last half, right? Sure, those rounds came close because they were all defuses, they were all retakes, and it does come down to the wire more often than not, especially in this matchup. Super close. Same goes in towards the pistol, right? It comes down to from a 3v2 to a 1v2, right? For the side of Pixel Lumina, and unfortunately they're not able to pull it over the line. But can Detty Luis push the issue further and start to make the gap between them and Pixel Lumina even further? Because you don't want this to get another close half of them.
No, you don't. You want to make sure you get a clean round here, and it looks like so far so good. But I do see that, and simply grabs another one, and Almo nearly got one of his own. Yeah, okay, just a couple of casualties. Not too bad of a round for Pixel Lumina, but Detty Elise still keep their most important weapons around.
One enemy remaining.
I was actually able to pick up a gun towards the end, I believe. So, but they are going to be investing into a little bit more of a stronger bonus buy, right? You still have that Outlaw saved over, same goes for some of the Bulldogs, but it's more of bringing that Guardian and the Vandal in, right? Those are the players that didn't really invest in towards that second round. They go for the pistols or the Sheriffs that was saved over from the round 13. Pixel Lumina, it's going to be a test on how cleanly they can make this, because they're the ones who are going to be under pressure if they aren't able to convert, and well, it's not the best way to start.
No, it isn't. And if Detty Elise run away with this could be a real backbreaker. Pixel Lumina struggling to put a hole on the defensive side without a player just yet. Can't call it quits. But Kia might be on that position at the right time. Maniac is quick on the trigger. Great flick. But that has just stabilized the ordeal, at least the numbers, trying to break through again. Detty Elise forcing the issue, trying to have multiple angles in this, and getting control over Temple. But Maniac is low, laser nearby. How do you take this on? Snappy by Gunners. That's a great stun. And Laser's able to double up. 1-0, able to keep things close. But Basia, all that is left on the spike. That puts a lot of pressure. How do you even fend this off? The answer is you don't. Laser, great positioning by him. Snappy shooting and quick reactions. Pixel Lumina are still here to play.
Great retake from Pixel Lumina, right? They had players coming in from main as well as from CT. And it was more of an enveloping the players on site, and yeah, this double kill from Laser really seals the deal for the side of Pixel Lumina, and still is getting down to the wire even in the bonus round, right? I was like, this isn't a clear-cut game that we saw in the previous couple. The domination of the teams coming in from the upper Swiss stage, not having to battle through the lowers, but the issue is this team, I feel, is the clear-cut, the closest game that we've had so far today.
Who's next?
It could be indeed, yeah. You're not wrong. Dimensional drift over towards C. It's already gathered information that there's at least one defender. He's just bullying Almo there. Still, there's another fight out in mid. 1-0. Come on, that's ridiculous. Styx is able to rotate on time and put enough pressure onto Detty Elise so they rotate over. He realized that's the case. Spike making its way into B. Styx is quite noisy about it, but I think he pressed the shift key just in time for Basia to not be looking in his direction.
At what point does the inner clock start ticking in your head? Maybe now, putting that orb down just so you can back off into safety.
But Styx walks in. And the fact that Basia and Gunners are lined up together is a positive note. And they're not even lined up together in the same position, so the aftershock can't affect them. That comes one. Basia playing the anti-flash, the anti-stun, the anti-push. Just the anti, the counterplay. Detty Elise on double digits.
Just absolutely denying any chance, right, of getting back into it. Like you said, whether it's with the flash, with the stun, with the aftershock, none of these players are both going to get hit by the same thing at the same time. So there's that support system that they do have. And yeah, it really comes down to the absolute brawl of a fight over towards B main. As that door gets open, you have the players from Mound fighting, you have the lurk through from B main also netting a couple of kills, and that is also another reason that they were able to rotate so quickly from C after we have 1-0 falling and get a safe plant over towards B.
Yeah, just received word that one of the players have an issue with their mouse. Thankfully, those are the types of issues that don't take long to fix. You know, I'd be more concerned if someone had crashed or net issue of something of the sort, or server lag. But no, we're chilling. We'll be back soon. But no, strong start for Daddy, at least on the attacking side, don't you think?
Yeah, like especially when you're talking about in the last 2 rounds, right? I don't want to necessarily put any impact or too much presence on the fact that they won the pistol and the conversion. That's all great, but it's more about the rifle rounds and going further into this half that is more important to me, in the sense of round 15 got really close down to the wire when they had lesser weaponry. Round 16, sure, it gets a little bit gnarly in the sense of the back and forth trades, but it still comes down to a 2v1 played excellently in the post plant as well in regards to positioning, and then the trade comes in very nice and quickly. Only thing is because some of these rounds are getting close in the sense of 15 and 16 for the side of Detulise, their money's starting to go on that downward trend, right? You have half armor, although you say that because of, well, any lack of economy that Pixel Lumina have, you have 1-0 coming out with that outlaw, which can be a little bit scary, especially when you get in those long range peaks that you have both A, B, and C main.
You just start to think how Pixel Lumina can compose themselves, how they can get back into this. Because it's these little discrepancies that have allowed quite a bit of a lead now for their opponents. Losing the pistol, being down 7-5. It was a great start to their attack, but it was just letting go of the ball towards the end. Now, with economical trouble, possibly you're going to have to wait again for this comeback story. But thankfully, we don't have to wait for the game to begin anymore, as looks like the mouse issues have been resolved. Whether that's been replaced or plugging it back in if it's wireless.
Yeah, just especially if it's like the super light, only needs like a minute charge and it'll be fine for the rest of the game. And yeah, it's nice to see we're getting back underway. We have a couple of ultimates that could be a tie change to Pixel Lumina, but I don't know if they'll get a chance to even use them. It's only Bastia over towards A right now.
Yeah, I wonder how much impact you can have up by themselves. Bastia having to drop back. Pixel Lumina having to respect this, really, because Daddy Release are retaking that space for themselves. A lot thrown at this, but close proximity in some of these fights could get dangerous. Stun pops through. It does deny it. Armageddon already. Pixel Lumina, do you want to push through this, though? It's more like taking an up-close and personal position. Rolling Thunder dropping in as well. Oh my word, Daddy Elise really want to force the issue here. Snakebite as well to deter any push coming in from Hobbit. You need to push into the side. Those sticks there with a stun. This could permit a nice little cross. Instead, it's the Rolling Thunder. And that's going to deny a lot of the progress made. Armageddon again. So much is thrown for this, but no one is getting collected. Instead, it's Daddy Elise to find themselves on the side. Manic trying to find the pick, and he doesn't get it. That's so unfortunate. Pixel Lumina are going to have to concede this. Sticks looking to do as much damage as possible. A couple of low players, but Kitty is there to stop it all from going wrong. 11-6. A pistol round for Pixel Lumina, but how many ults were used that round?
4, I want to say. Both ultimates from the breaches, both ultimates from the tears, and sure, for the side of Detulise you convert on it, but from the side of Pixel Lumina you went into that with barely any weaponry to back it up, and Bastia even taking and brunting the damage of Nun's ultimate over towards Sears to get a timing peek over towards Heaven, just dismantled Pixel Lumina on that retake, and relatively easily, right? They only had those sheriffs coming in, a couple of chip damages being done, so the players were relatively low on sight that you can make a conversation for a possible clutch if those kills came in quick succession, but they didn't, right? And now you're going in, you're 11-6 down. Detulise haven't had to even use a single timeout. You're now using your last. You have no ultimates on the board to work with. You do have the operator out for Maniac, but that's about it as one of the major win conditions that you haven't necessarily had in the previous rounds.
Do or die Pixel which is why you take that extra time out. Compose yourself a little bit. There have been some very close rounds. Instead, at least that have been a little bit more consistent when it comes to the clutches. Let's ignore Simply's 1v3 in the first half, but Maniac troubled early, forced out of the position, calling for some reinforcements as well.
Mass the operator spotted out super early on. 1-0's clone taking the brunt of that shot, and a lot of chip damage done onto this glass cannon operator of the Rays. The win condition you're looking towards.
Toxin screen down. Here.
Ammo. Only one really here to do anything about this. No assistance. Early pickup for nothing.
And just look at the space on the map. That sure, Dirty Least don't actually know that they've got a free pathway into A should they go through doors. But from the side of Pixel, a lot of these players are isolated, so it is important that they win their ones. Simply similar aim from that 1v3, just doesn't even really have to move his crosshair, connects the shot, crisp and clean. And at least equals out the player numbers, right? And especially coming down to 30 seconds left, a lot of pressure is going to be on Maniac on this backside. Oh, he's
thrown at him though.
Dead?
Oh, 1 HP! How does he get away with that paranoia? Won't be able to see for this. Trying to take a longer angle. Pixel get onto the case quickly, but Kia is there to stay. Spike needs to make its way onto the side. Laser know that there is a timing issue, but Kia repositions high ground gain, catches his opponent off guard, and out found it Simply. Very capable of the clutches. Shown it before. Needing a triple here, but Kia takes a sidestep to the right. A thought piece for him this round. Detty Elise breaking the backs of their opponents. And we're entering what could be the final round of this game.
10 seconds left.
You just have to love the confidence of Kia up on that angle, right? You know the smoke's fading soon. You want to get an advantage for your team. And it's not necessarily a position that you see a lot of players standing in, right? When you're trying to reset. So definitely catches the Pixel players by surprise and sticking together in the 2v1. One falls, but the trade is right there.
Standard A-take here. But the fact that Pixel have aggressed so far outside of seeding, know what is about to happen. Snappy stuff for Maniac, but still equally traded. 1-0, 2 shots, 2 kills. Not too shabby.
And that also brings his ultimate online, right? With that dimensional drift, you can get a lot of information. Simply has to cancel that drone, and even going back into the clutches of Blasia over towards B.
It's not looking good for Pixel Dropping players left and right. Now, Deddy at least can play it chill. They know they've got 1 minute on the clock. They're not making any rash decisions.
It's not only 1 minute on the clock, they still have every single bit of 1-0's utility. So using that TP, it just has to get out jail free card or get in close onto site. Almo is going to be under contention here. Just getting pinged out. He has to go above and beyond. Solid 2 just to help his team. Gets away with absolutely nothing, and it seems inevitable now.
And everything is onto Laser. It will not go his way. 1-0 will be dealing with him in the end. Damn, okay. When it came to that second half, I felt like Pixel yeah, it was not going to be their day. Instead, it's Deddy Elise to take over.
Yeah, we were talking about how competitive this game was in the first half, that it was down to the wire on a couple of rounds back to back. We could have seen a flip in regards to the scoreline towards the end, in regards to how the economy ended up working out. But as soon as it got to that second half, 1 round was all they could net, and it was a shutout. Again, it's similar to what we've been seeing yesterday and also in the match before. The teams are dominating on one particular side. Like we saw 10-2 halves on Ascent, which is still criminal to think about in that comeback, but on this one in particular, Pixel just struggled to get answers.
Indeed. Sure, there were some great moments. Case in point. But damn, Deddy Elise, the moment they get themselves on that second half, it was just their game. There was nothing that could be done about it. Really composed on the attack, and many great moments. 1-0, really feeling it on the Yoru, showing their opponents how it's done. 29 and 12, at ACS of 424. Are you kidding me?
And the 5 first kills. You have to put some respect to the Yoru making the space for the team, but sure, you get the kills, but for me, it was about the utility and ultimate usage on top of that, right? In regards to enabling the rest of the team, whether it's retakes on the defense or when we saw the attacking rounds, was able to easily get entry kills onto the site anchors, or for example, Maniac when he was trying to anchor down the C site, and it was just consistently after consistently multi-frags after multi-frags after just impact right on that Yoru. And it's nice to see a player being able to step up like that for his team in, well, yeah, sure, it's a best of one, but I feel like we're not gonna have a repeat of this performance going further and further into the tournament.
You're right. I'm looking forward to see if there's more of, you know, that kind of play from them for sure. But this was just the third map and series of today. When I say series, it's just best of one. So maps and series are basically the same thing. But yeah, there you go. It was Pixel Lumina versus Steady Release. But now we've got another one at hand. Team Liquid Academy, the victors of the last split, play against Wild, who have made it again into the main Swiss. Will they have more success than the split before? We'll have to find out right after this.
She a thirsty bitch, I'm gonna visit your dreams. You can see you hear it, you know that she's near when you sleep. I be under your bed and I hear you feel. Shake it thirsty bitch, I'm a thirsty beat, real thirsty, like a snitch on me. Now wake up, wanna hear you scream. It's not a dream. Run for your life, I hunt you hard, you can chase me, but I make you starve, you're a punk bitch. Just a punk bitch. Run for your life, I seek you hard, you can chase me, cause I'm right behind, you're a punk bitch. Just a punk bitch. Run for your life, run for your life, run for your life, run for your life, you're a punk bitch. Just a punk bitch. Run for your life, run for your life, run for your life, run for your life, you're a punk bitch. Just a punk bitch. Shoot me, you can't afford it. I am the pilot, you're just a tourist. I threw a decoy in her valley, and you'll be standing a while, so don't panic. Know what Marilyn Manson was said, better be safe to get into heaven. Just be yourself and you end up in hell. Do as I say and I might break the spell. Run for your life, I hunt your heart, you can chase me, but I make you starve, you're a punk bitch. Just a punk bitch. Run for your life, I seek you hard, you can chase me, cause I'm right behind, you're a punk bitch. Just a punk bitch. Run for your life, run for your life, run for your life, run for your life, you're a punk bitch. Just a punk bitch. Run for your life, run for your life, run for your life, run for your life, you're a punk bitch. Just a punk bitch.
Loading, strapped with the lyrics like I'm bowling. Keep pushing on, keep rolling. Didn't wanna listen, but I told him one more time. Your favorite MCs, bronze or silver. These vibes here are golden. Cards on the table, there's no folding. Spit bars at the club, zoning. TikTok come to London, get ripped off. Man, get pissed off when I start lift off. Sweet like flavors, cookie and biscuit. Round here, yeah, the bars I get ripped off. Picked up my song, yo, every time I tripped up. Little petty treaded the big rock. Me and my G's do everything mixed up. Full circle, now everybody linked up. That's irrelevant, maybe like an elephant. Keep it hard, but you know that it's elegant. Get mad, but always benevolent. Always moving up, just leveling. Constantly telling them rhyming, riddling. Cycle through these streets, I'm pedaling. Hibernating and boom, she's back again. Oh, cause a little fire on the track again. Turn the music up, vibe like an icon. Yeah, if you want buff, we can go psycho. Head to head, bar to bar, turn the mic on. Turn the music up, vibe like an icon. Yeah, it's clear, it's evident. Yeah, I don't mind, I'll do it for the hell of it. Yeah, elevate bars, I regulate. Yeah, UK, wheel up the tune, just meditate. If it didn't get it by now, then you're kinda late. Man thinks he's a bad man, but he's kinda bait. Live every day like it's my last, celebrate. Mind on the task, we calibrate. Loading, strapped with the lyrics like I'm bowling. Keep pushing on, keep rolling. Didn't wanna listen, but I told him. One more time, your favorite MCs, bronze or silver. Too bad these vibes here are golden. Cards on the table, there's no folding. Spit bars at the club, zoning. That's irrelevant, memory like an elephant. Keep it hard, but you know that it's elegant. Get mad, but always benevolent. Always moving up, just leveling. Constantly telling them rhyming, riddling. Cycle through these streets, I'm pedaling. Hibernating them boom, she's back again. Oh, cause a little fire in the track again. Turn the music on, vibe like an icon. Yeah, if you want buff, we can go psycho. Head to head, bar to bar, turn the mic on. Turn the music up, vibe like an icon. Who's the icon? Who's the icon? Icon. Who's the icon? Icon.
Icon.
Hello, beautiful people. Welcome back to Challengers Northeast. It's time for the final match of the day. Team Liquid Academy take on Wild for a potential to go up on that 1-0 streak on that Swiss stage. Now, we know Team Liquid Academy, they won the previous split. Wild also had been into the main Swiss before, but with a little bit less success. They are here again, though, making it through the lower Swiss, and maybe we'll have a better chance this time around.
Yeah, you were saying about a better chance this round. It wasn't necessarily an improvement coming through that lower Swiss in regards to the scoreline that they actually did come out of it. But what is important is that they are here and now. And the issue is they probably have the worst first matchup, right? We were talking about the previous winners of the Split 1 team that has the pedigree in the sense of the IGL of the roster of Keeper, and then you also have the 4 cracked Zoomers who, like we were talking about yesterday, they are literally being built as the future of Valorant, and they are already winning in tier 2, and they are on this upward trajectory as they grow as people and as players. So it's definitely a dangerous team to go up against at first. So I think this is going to be a huge testament to Wild on how well they're actually able to fight in this matchup. I don't think anyone's really expecting them to walk away with the win, but how competitively that they can make it. And just having a look at this roster in general, I want to be favoring looking towards Bensky, what they can be doing on that IGL, and also what kind of pieces they're going to be slotting in around, especially Curve on that duelist.
Indeed, right? I think those are definitely 2 players that you need to keep an eye out on. Of course, you've got the experience there as well, with the likes of Bensky being in challenges for quite a while. But yeah, you've got some players that have been around here and there, but you've also got the newcomers with the likes of Curve, and just like that, you kind of realize the potential there is not as high. But, you know, Liquid Academy came into the season and were a bunch of rookies for the first time and completely destroyed the competition. So there's still chance for growth. I think the most concern here is the fact they did struggle during that lower Swiss stage as well. Sure, we saw that there was some very strong competition around and they got very close, and the teams that have made it from that lower Swiss seem to be very competitive here as well, getting into the top 16 of the region. But yeah, it's still a long way to go for them, and playing against the #1 seed of the Swiss stage is not going to be easy. Not going to be easy at all.
No, not at all. And let's just actually have a look at who the #1 seeds coming in is. Team Liquid Academy. Yeah, it's just being led by the helm from Cooper, with just players that I hope are listening to us every week, because that is one experienced player and can teach them so much. And we're looking at the grand final. Sure, they were able to walk away with it, but unfortunately they didn't actually have their full roster, which to me is insane that they're still able to come out first. Obviously you had Demon being substituted in for Donatello on that duelist and was that super sub towards the grand final. So coming back into this split in particular, I want to have a focus on Donatello to see how he's actually going to be performing when he's back on the server, back with his teammates, and see if he can finally make his grand finals appearance, or at least a deep playoffs run like they had before.
Yeah, you make a good point there, because when Donatello rejoined the team in challenged EMEA, they didn't even get out of their group. Obviously a difficult group, but at that, I mean, yeah, you kind of expect this team to kind of represent you at that higher level, and that just wasn't the case this time around. You've also got to talk about Bacon here, right? Because this is his first project, spearheading a team of his own. Up until this point, he's been kind of second in command of the main roster of Team Liquid, which, by the way, has had an insane season so far, getting the top 2 finish in VCT EMEA and representing the region in international events, which is a step up and something that you've been looking at and kind of realizing, wait a minute, it's kind of awesome. It's kind of a cheat code to have an academy team that you can prac at will, test anything you want, and still being within closed doors and nobody realizing what your strats look like and everything like that. So it's cool to see that Liquid is doing well as an organization, and Liquid Academy have got some strong players to get advice for. But obviously, we've got the map veto to start taking a look at as well, right? The maps that could potentially be played out here. And when I say maps, I mean map because it's the best of one. But it has made a difference for a lot of these teams, right? Being able to lock in your best map has created some upset results so far on the Swiss stage.
Yeah, for sure. And if you're looking at Team Liquid, the change in the map pool has actually favored them again. It's one of these teams that they didn't necessarily like going to bind. It was the permaban. And now they're actually able to have a little bit more flexibility in their map pool going into this split in particular. Fracture, again, and Haven weren't necessarily maps that they liked going to before, which is why I'm actually surprised that we're going to be going to Haven, because this is the only map that Wild necessarily have a lot of reps on. They've played it 4 times in the last 3 months, and similar to Team Liquid Academy, they've played it 5, so it's not necessarily a bad map for them, but they do have that negative win rate.
That is true. That is very true. And what you also need to notice is that they've gone through various iterations of how they want to be playing this map, whether that is with a Teo, whether that's with the Yoru, or whether that is with the Neon, whether that's with the ISO. They've changed a lot on that map, so I'm curious if they'll be changing again. And very real possibility for sure. And when you look on the other hand, Wild had some very close games. When you look at your final qualification game against Extreme Gaming as well, the game that managed to get you here into the main Swiss stage, the first 2 maps were kind of one-sided for either the teams, but when it came to overtime on the final map, Haven was a place where that happened, and it wasn't Wild to come out on top. It was Extreme Gaming on sorry, it wasn't Wild to come out on top there. 17-15, obviously they qualified. But yeah, here we go. We're getting to see the roster here, the pickup, the lineup rather. Team Liquid Academy sticking to what they know, and Wild the same thing. Exactly. Yeah, Miracom on both sides. We haven't seen Miracom so far this series.
I know, and I was literally just about to say this is the first Miracom that we've had, because again, we're in a place in Valorant where you can run so many different things in the sense of with the new agents that have come in. You have the Waylay, you have the Terror, the Vise as well, all great picks. And in this little group of meta agents that realistically a lot of the teams need to run, right? It's in a position where if you haven't got one of these major 4 or 5 agents, it makes the game increasingly difficult, and that's why you get to see a little bit more variation in comps. And I'm actually super excited to see how both teams utilize the Neon in this one in particular, especially when it's in that mirror comp sort of setup, right?
I mean, Curve has got a lot on his plate here, having to go head-to-head versus Donatello. That kid is cracked, so yeah, good luck, mate. You're going to need it. But yeah, hoping for a competitive one here. Team Liquid Academy beginning things on the defensive, while Wild get the decision of playing aggressive at the start, being the attackers, setting the tone and pace of the game.
We talk about setting the tone and the pace. Look at all these players putting their sights over towards mid. We might get the Neon battle relatively early on if Curve decides to peek over towards window.
Wilds to make their presence known as they jump out of the window. But instead, their focus is Garage. No one from the Team Liquid Academy side is holding any of these angles, but a trip to deter any potential further movement forwards into Kirby, into Nest. Now, Team Liquid Academy leave the fate of this site only to the hands of Rexhome, but he's able to escape. Never mind. Zoom completely overwhelms there, and the C site is under Wild's control.
Yeah, Liquid reading into that completely wrong, wanting to stack over towards A, leave Rexhome completely on iron. Thought he could get off site safe and sound, but Garage was also overtaken. Team Liquid have to retake Garage to have any chance of retaking C.
That's a good flash. Hero is able to look on the other side. Cupid gets up a double kill. Donatello joining the fight quickly, but Curve wins the Neon head-to-head. A great statement play. Ninja, though, does up the pressure. Everyone on this Team Liquid Academy side is capable of clutching up, and Ninja's no exception. Curve is also one bullet away from demise. From handing this round over, Ninja goes in for the step up. I think he just has enough time. I think there might just be a second of difference, but this round should be falling into the hands of Team Liquid Academy. There you go. Yeah, just another second as well to spare. Not too shabby. 1-0 for the Blue Stallions.
Yeah, and this Garage retake is the most important part of it, right? You get 3 kills for the Troubles, and it puts Ninja in a position where he actually has all the information to work with in that 1v2. Players are already low. You can see Curve not wanting to overextend and leaves, well, Bensky alone on an island towards site, but there's not really much you can do about it in the situation. And let's Ninja have a possibility to clutch, and he does. So putting their best foot forward on the first round. And no sort of force coming in from Wild. You only have that Sheriff coming in for a Curve who wants to make its presence known over towards C. But the only issue is there is an Outlaw posted up on that angle.
That shock dart did so much damage onto Bensky. Already losing 3/4 of his health.
Yeah.
Just doing the
Quick
mental maths there. Not very quick, no.
It's the rule of don't do maths on broadcast, Pavlos, unless you know exactly where it is.
Got it right, but you know, just gonna pause for a second.
Yeah,
and think.
it wasn't a pause. It was just a little bit of a lag on the receiving end of your mic. Like that was fine.
Yeah,
like, it was. You said it straight away. Yeah, but talking about straight away, losing your Neon on this eco, like it kind of puts you into a situation where that was your main spearhead into this round. It's the only person with a Sheriff. Sure, it gets recycled over to Hero. All the players at Liquid are here. Do they let the spike go down peacefully? They do.
Doom trying to play aggressive there, but Rexhome not going to be missing that shot. Only played with Ghost, by the way. Don't think it matters too much. First in headshot percentage across the region last time around, and he'll continue hitting those shots, those heads, those skulls. And the Team Liquid Academy, without dropping a single player, actually, able to take over.
Yeah, and I don't think either team are going to be particularly upset about how that round went out, maybe other than possibly Curve, who doesn't even get a chance to play it. Right, but for the side of Team Liquid, they don't lose a single player, they get a clean retake, but also the side of Wild, they didn't do any sort of investment except that one Sheriff. Sure, they don't get any kills off of it, but they get that spike down. And also get a little bit of probing around to what kind of setup that they're running, right? And especially now they've spotted the Cypher of Rexhome over towards C multiple times, and they're playing heavy for that mid pressure and the rotates. They're tuning their sights on this 4x round over towards A.
Yeah, Team Liquid Academy also looking to pounce into mid, but it's a slow start from Wild. Something to note for Team Liquid Academy, though, is the fact that a lot of the times you'd have players going over aggressive, go for some crazy fights. They do end up winning them, but, you know, talking to Bacon, he said, look, it's much easier to rein players in than teach them that intuition. And I think they've got a perfect mix of that experience, analytical play, and the individual skill.
I think that's why I love when you see duelist players or aggro players get put onto like a role of like the Sentinel or onto controller, because they have that sheer aim and the information of knowing how the duelist role works and knowing what fights that they want to take, that when they get put onto the Sentinel, it seems they just thrive.
Well, now the site, it looks to be taken over. Not quite yet, Ninja, causing some resilience. Pyro doing quite a good job to be a menace on the lurk, but it might not even come down to him. Donatello not quite able to find the right angle of attack. Cupids? Cupids? No. No. Ah, okay, he heard me. He stopped. Merrick's is able to shut that down. It did get freaking dangerous, though.
Yeah, and especially since if Merrick falls, Hero's miles away. You can upgrade to a Vandal, and then it becomes a scary, scary 1v1. Especially as the smokes were starting to come back up online. Fortunately though, Marius is the saving grace. A nice double entry from Curve onto the site initially. A lot of utility expended by Wild to get onto the site itself that they had a little bit lacking when the players were starting to flood out of CT towards the end. And that's why we saw Cupid be able to sneak his way relatively easily.
For a second there, it looked like Merrick's got stuck on his teammate. But no, they're just grouping up. Go for a quick engagement. Look how quick Team Liquid Academy are to rotate.
Yeah,
it seems like they've got a career read.
This is like the third time that they've done this as well in this half, in regards to they're leaving Rexstone isolated B, C, Garrett, and they're putting 4 players over towards A. There has to be antis right here.
Spotted every single one of them there. Curve getting a double kill. Donatello able to answer back, dashing into the site. Doesn't have much health on him though. He could get pre-fired. That's exactly what happens. Pyro ending upward to himself. Even though Team Liquid Academy had nearly everybody on that A site, it just wasn't enough.
They doubted it though. You saw some of the players starting to pull off, and look at where all those crosses mark the deceased bodies of the Liquid Academy players. All towards that one little area. They had no sort of crossfire set up over towards site. And now Rexstone in a 1v3. It's not looking like he's going to be given much, nothing at all, and decides to opt for the save instead. Respectful end to the round. Weapon to be saved over, because looking at the money from Team Liquid Academy is starting to get depleted, especially with a double up of rounds now from Wild.
Smart thing to do. Sure, the Vandals carried over, but it's going to be a rough time for Team Liquid after this. But again, kudos to Curve. We knew that this would be a very difficult game for him, trying to show up aim-wise against a group of aimers. So far, hasn't been too bad.
Coming into this one now, yeah, there you go. An early timeout actually from Team Liquid Academy, not wanting to let this slip. They do have a little bit of a shaky buy. You have the saved rifle over. There's the options to buy up a round, but you can see Donatello hasn't necessarily got the funds to get much out. Similar for the rest of the players. You do have the ultimates though. Ninja has the Hunter's Fury up online. You can stop a plant with that, or you can get aggressive and go for try and get Donatello into a position where you get an orb or get a kill, and then try and snowball the round from there, right? With the Neon Ultimate online as well. But the issue is, same goes for Wild. There's so many ults starting to come up online. The ult economy is a lot healthier for them, right? Curve's already up. Hero's one away. You have Bensky as well. You're looking towards being a defining factor in the next couple of rounds. So this is a really important, pivotal couple of rounds for Liquid in the 5th and 6th round to stop the momentum build of Wild. Because as soon as these ults start to come up online, Team Liquid Academy are trailing behind with them.
Let's see if Team Liquid Academy try and go for something sneaky here. 2 players in the garage, while Wild elect to move into this C-long position. No resistance whatsoever. Free real estate. Spike will be dropping. But Cooper is being a menace. Curve does get traded. Doom is there to stop any more shenanigans happening, but Team Liquid Academy still have been able to trade. Vandals upgraded onto site. Bensky is back. Now looking to deliver. Ninja all to himself though. Sheriff in hand isn't going to make this
an easy endeavor, especially when there's 2 players poking and prodding from 2 different angles. 7 bullets left, teasing the spike defusal. The cam will realize the situation. Pyro not willing to go for the take here. Recon. Ninja collects a Vandal, and suddenly this might be doable. 1 bullet left on his hands. Diffusing. We'll keep it into halfway. Recon will pop, but Merrick's is good enough here. Look, Team Liquid Academy did a hell of a lot of damage there. I didn't think it'd be possible to get this close, but it did.
And Praise and Ben's here as well over towards side. That double kill, hyper important here. The first onto Rextained and then dispatching of Donatello. Ninja softening up his targets with the shock darts, but unfortunately, the time ticking on, has to try and stick that spike at least to the minimum of half, but by then Merrick has already swung out and stopped any sort of chance.
Early breakout in mid though. Team Liquid Academy just gonna respect it. Hold back for now. As Wild spread out once more.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about how Team Liquid are always in the right place, especially for these first initial fights, right? When they have those guns, they're ready to fight in mid, and they're preemptively rotating players over onto A. I'm happy now that the fact that they're actually on site, not just trying to keep a hold of that backside position behind the survival smokes. And they're also being proactive in taking long as 3. They spot nothing, so that's going to start to pull the rotates back over, put more attention over towards B as this ultimate comes out to deny any sort of stopping power here.
Well, Rexstone is locked into the site by himself. Somehow is going to have to get out of the situation, but it's hiding within his own cage. Walks out, stunned up, doesn't care. Curve destroyed. Rexstone still around, and now he's got friends to work with. Donatello was quick on his heels to get into this position. Merrick's deals with him, but Rexstone still being a menace to the back of the site will be a difficult position to uncover. Goes in for an extra peek. Runs right back into safety. Team Liquid Academy have got 3 players now to the defensive side of this. Smoke drops. Hyro doesn't care. Double kill. This is a complete fest. That is working in Wild's favor for now. Rexstone still around. 8 seconds. You need to get onto the spike. Cooper, the captain, here to save the day, but maybe not. Merrick's denying that opportunity.
Same in the name and seemingly same in the aim. Hero, the second hero of this Wild roster has ever had. And well, the first one is over in Navi. So if they can replicate similar performances, and it seems so, really nice shots over towards backside, reads into the adjustment over towards logs as well. And dismantles what Team Liquid were bringing into that round over towards the backside to C. They have the flood and they have the support to help Rextoned. The only issue is the player with 5 HP survives the longest.
Overdrive quickly from Donatello. You don't have any guns. You haven't forced into this. You're just trying to hope that something will fall in his hands here.
That kill opens up options now for Wilds. Noting that the rest are likely to be on eco, they've drained out Donatello's, they're even utilizing Hero's neural theft over towards C. The issue is how spread out Liquid Academy actually are. It doesn't make a clear-cut answer for Wild, so they're going to just regroup back over towards A. Especially with from the shadows from Thum, just to bolster up this defense even more. Ninja has a lot to do if they want to make this round believable.
Imagine. Oh, imagine, but first you need to check your corners. Donatello is the one to end up with a pickup though. But the A site seems to be taking over. You can't really believe that a pistol round for Team Liquid Academy, especially with the numbers advantage, can net you a round win here. I mean, they're a bunch of namers, so you've always got to give them the benefit of the doubt. At least respect them if you're Wild.
I'm out of here. Shortcut.
But let's see what they can do. Lane in. Thum to receive on the shorty. That's a rough one. Cooper keeping things competitive. GSR topping the charts last year when it came to everything. Every single angle of performance. But can't really do that much this time around. Intuitive spray down there from Hyro.
And Wild gain themselves yet another round, making that lead ever greater.
This goes here.
Changes for Liquid Academy. They have that operator out now for Donatello. Looking like they want to take an aggro peek over towards short into lobby, because that's something that Wild have been consistently going for, right? Is the mid pressure and then also the A lobby and a long take. So that's definitely something that they need to be wary of, and with this operator trying to shut down any attempts of that relatively early on. It's quiet across the map.
They are. They're tiptoeing. But Team Liquid Academy have 2 players to receive. Paranoia on 1 and Ninja unaffected. Smoked off for now. Entry in. Wild have made their move loud and clear. And Bensky is able to find 1 as an entry, but Team Liquid Academy are getting the better end of that bargain, especially with the mid control now gained for them. Cupid doesn't even know it's uncontested, but the neural theft does reveal their ground. Donatello putting the operator to good use, making sure that Big Gun is expertly placed. Wow! Quick reaction onto Doom. Bensky, a 1v4 is required of you, but doesn't even get the delicacy of seeing any of his opponents in that round. Team Liquid Academy get the big guns in their hands and are right back on track.
And the issue is the chaos of being on B site for Wild and nothing else, especially as the player outside Garage falls. The rest of Wild players are locked down over towards the site. Team Liquid Academy can take their time, drone out positions, and, well, just wait for the peaks to come in, because Wild have to be proactive in those positions. And you cannot just sit 4 people on B and expect to walk away with a round. You have to fight towards one of the links, whether it's down towards mid, A link, or C link, and just try and regain some space, because B site in general is not enough space to be working with.
Questioning a stun. Hunter's Fury is actually enabled pretty damn quickly, hoping that it lands in a position where you spot someone, then you can stun them and back it up with another pick, but it doesn't quite happen in Wild's favor. Instead, the Aldrone clears out mid, no one around, but the push from long seems to be unstopped.
No contestation with any sort of kill trips. This is going to be a free site. You do have that camera towards back site for Rexstone, so especially after that pick onto Hero, there's more options to be working with.
Curve very far forwards here. Smoke drops as he knows he has to back off. Team Liquid Academy have the numbers, but look how grouped up Wild are, looking to take the fight to their opponents. It's just a matter of landing flashes. If you're Team Liquid Academy here, you've got 1 Paranoia. If it's correctly positioned, it could completely take over. Here comes a lane from Donatello, rushing to the back of the site. That's going to completely disrupt the setup from Wild, but it doesn't, because they get most of the kills. Donatello all by himself, operator in hand. Great swing onto Bensky. Can he find Doom, though? Rushes in. Gets onto the spike to put pressure on his opponent. Can hear some commotion in for the side peek. Doom quick to connect on that headshot. It got mighty close, but it's Wild to come out on top.
Second timeout. Team Liquid Academy are struggling here, and you can not only see it by how these retakes and rounds are going, but also the fact that Bacon wants to get onto the mic for the second time already this half. It's only 10 rounds in. You just gotta hope what's being said now is enough to spur them on for the rest, not only of this half, but for the rest of the game, Pavlos. And this is a best of 1. Just to put that in the back of your mind for those watching. Yeah. It's a best of 1, and sure, it's just beginning of Swiss, it's not anything too dire, but for the previous champions, you don't want to be going down into the 0-1 bracket on the very first day. Against Wild, one of the lowest seeded teams coming into this upper Swiss stage, and they're being embarrassed on Haven right now.
Still early doors, but definitely not what we expected. Absolutely not. Not the dominance you'd come to think of the champions of the region. But then again, if you look back at the previous stage, they went 3-2, struggled, but in playoffs, completely unleashed. So now, you're probably wondering, this is a bit of the same, as there is room for error. Is this experimenting? It's the same comp, so I wouldn't think so. It's just wild that I'm winning some of these head-to-heads.
Again, adaptations of you starting Donatello over towards C, who's going to be pushing up. Again, information that there's absolutely nothing there. Well, you have Redstone covering over towards B. But again, you have these players over towards C, and sure, you still have that breach ultimate in case they go out for sight. But if they're able to, again, walk in freely, relatively, with regards to util over towards A Rolling Thunder for the retake could be hyper detrimental to Team Liquid Academy when they try and go for it.
There.
Look at the respect from Team Liquid Academy. Chilling. But again, plenty of players around. They smell out the fight. Rolling Thunder counteracted as well. Both sides using it. GSR's the only one with a pickup though. Zoom may have just flown past. The Aldrin does reveal him, has to TP away, doesn't get there on time. Ninja and Cupid just break through. Confidence galore. Team Liquid Academy have found the right adjustment and it pays off superbly.
Great ult from GSR, right? Obviously, you have Bensky's coming back in, but it's more how fast Donatello is actually able to get out. Sure, still gets hit by Bensky's ultimate, but it sends him over towards Hell in a protected position, and it's the pick onto Theme that is the catalyst for this round, right? Gets hit by the drone, tries to TP out, but not quick enough to the trigger, as the rest of the Liquid Academy players come funneling in from CT. And then they just steal, they peek for long, true to the name of being aimers, and just deal with the easy pickings on that long range angle.
They've got a real chance to even go equal at the halftime, given the fact that Wild haven't had the one-sided rounds they needed to build up an economy. At least they get Spike Plant now, and these stingers can sting. Donatello spotted, stun out early, has to respect it given his team isn't quite there yet. Instead, Curve can take as much space as he needs, but Ninja arrives. A timely position for him, but Curve keeps it going, keeps things close. Team Liquid Academy starting to crumble, but Cupid trying to bring back the confidence for them. GSR confident to stick to his ground, doesn't overstep, welcomes Curve and Bensky into his crosshairs, and Team Liquid Academy look to close up this gap.
Not your day, is it?
Timeout conversion score there for Liquid Academy towards the end of this half, bringing it into a more realistic scoreline that we're looking for, not only for this team in general against Wild, but more of on the map as an overall, right? On Haven, you're looking towards tending towards that attacker side. So the fact that they've managed to bring this back to 5 after the decimation of rifle rounds we saw in that mid-half, the fact that they were able to get the pistol as well gives a little bit of a bump and an opportunity to equalize going into the last round of the half, and with the ultimates that they have online as well, definitely in prime position to do so.
Donatello needed to drop back here, stunned up for now, overdrive enabled, trying to create an extra piece of space for him to work with. This time around, not playing it safe. Look at the lurk from Redstone going up all the cross mid, Wild pulling the brakes. More like the handbrake, a complete standstill.
This has to be checked, has to be hard cleared if they start walking out and leaving lobby, which, especially with the spike curve, might be doing it, toying with the idea.
Redstone spotted. Oh, gets away with 2, that's not too bad. And also Team Liquid Academy can start to rotate, but Wild do the complete turnaround. Back to the A side they go.
But they're still leaving Donatello over on this line, right? Over towards A. Although he would have spotted Thume's ultimate there, but it's still back again on the line. Notice that the ult has been cancelled. Bensky might just walk straight to his demise if he overpeaks here.
Good smoke.
Timing of that smoke crosses over. This could be dangerous for the retake. They need to clear this out. 15 seconds left.
Spike. Now he can stick it. You know that. Try to close in. Deny any sort of position. The crossfire from Bensky and Merrick's. Superb. Brilliant setup. All they had to do was put the player on a different angle, and now they've got numbers for days. Ninja. Recon ahead. Lure their attention for just a little bit. Not going to be enough. Wild. An insane first half, 7-5. Sure, not much difference to it, but they're doing this against the first Academy team to have ever won a Challengers League. Let's see if they can stick the landing right after this.
Enemy remain.
Coming to this game, we would have thought Team Liquid Academy might have had the better hand at being the ones in the lead, but instead Wild on pole here, 7-5. As they do switch sides, Team Liquid Academy, can they find more comfort on their attacking side?
Well, that's the question, isn't it? And especially with the scoreline, it's not the worst position Liquid could be in because they had that recovery towards the tail end of the half. Wild coming out with aggression towards the gates and straight down A main and straight down C. And they find success on the latter.
The thing is, they group together. They stay grouped throughout it. Great paranoia. Merrick's superbly taking advantage over it as well. Team Liquid Academy stopped in their tracks. Ninja trying to turn the tides around. Merrick's unaware. Recon dropping. It takes his time to lose his life there, which means Wild have got the time to adapt. Spike is going towards the other side of the map, though, so an opportunity for Team Liquid Academy to set up.
Still disadvantage in regard to numbers. And from the look of what Wild are planning on doing, they want to at least stay grouped up in this 2-1 setup, likely to be 3-man for the retake. Keep it clearing out majority of A, wanting to check short just to make sure he has some sort of safety for this plan. Wild, they're staying completely proactive, Pavlos. They're gonna know exactly when the spike goes down, and especially leaving Curve as the one over towards C. That rotate on the Neon is gonna be relatively fast to regroup up with his teammates. Or go CT.
Quite noisy as well. So Ninja will know there's someone in that direction, so they're gonna have to leave Cupid focusing there. And Bensky and Doom have already crossed over, missing the mark onto site already. Ninja trying to get some shots through. Not quite connecting, but the recon could be important. Smoke dropping, stun in. Concealing the position. Cooper goes aggressive, walks right into it. Ninja all by himself. Shot up, so it's just a little bit of damage, but not enough. Wild win, a very important pistol. This could create some pace for them to close this one out.
And I love that smoke as well from Thu, making sure it's enough to cover the spike, but still the gap from his position towards long so that he can protect his teammates as that player jumps in, gets the spam through the smoke, but...
Last player standing.
off the initial pick and then pivoting back up towards C into Garage, and Merrick's double kill. He's really putting up the numbers right now. And talking about numbers, both teams, they don't necessarily have one player that's sticking out more than the other, right? In the sense of it's relatively well balanced, and I think that's hyper important when you're looking at Wild in particular, that they are able to stand up together as a team to Team Liquid Academy.
Well, it's a pacey round here for Team Liquid Academy. Throwing Donatello in head first into C. And now pushing his team into the complete site itself. Flash, Bensky looks away. Reinforcements arrive. That's a great stun, and that means it saves his teammates' life. Curve and Bensky both deliver on their kills. Kills through smokes. Plenty. Blink and you miss it. Wild just take over.
Bensky walking away with his life there, completely flashed up towards backside, but like you said, the supporting utility from his teammates. You can see the hop skip and a jump GSR trying to attempt.
Player standing.
But severely mismatched in both weaponry and accuracy with the jump. There's a conversion for Wild. So now this is a split pistol, right, Rebels? And it really is going to bring more attention to that string of rifle rounds that Wild were able to put together at the beginning of the first half, right, towards the beginning of this game. And it's something that Team Liquid will have to recreate in twofold if they still want a chance to make this game competitive, because especially with an aggro bonus round like this.
What? I mean, you can't be aggro onto Team Liquid Academy. They're the ones that do the aggroing, if you know what I mean. Yeah, Rexo completely stopped that fight.
Narrowly avoids the second bout of the aftershock as well, so he is actually able to walk away with that. Sure, a little bit worse for way down to 27. I don't think it really matters when all you hit a headshot. So, Team Liquid Academy turn their sights over towards C. Have to be wary of the setup from the Cypher, although there's not going to be anyone home to be really working off these trips. But that's going to be information that both teams are actually going to get as soon as these trips get destroyed. Although the one over towards A, you can actually jump over.
That's true. That's exactly what they do. But again, C long will be an issue. Rexstone is the only one that's taken damage this round. He's the one that's first in contention here and makes quick work of it. Now you've got to deal with the rest. You're at a disadvantage. You know, they know where you're coming from. And there's not much really to assist you through this very long piece of land. GSR, long distance shooting gallery. And yeah, that's the round for Team Liquid Academy.
Yeah, that first shot is absolutely nasty, and such a clean follow-up as well. And you just look at GSR, it's just a highlight reel for these Team Liquid Academy players. You talk about the fact that they are aimers. Putting that on full display. Okay, going into this one, full rifle round for both of these teams. We saw on the attack, Wild were favoring towards that A lobby pressure early on, and that's exactly where they actually want to fight and meet Team Liquid Academy at the doors.
Indeed.
Right here.
Perhaps taking a book out of Team Liquid Academy's library.
Playbook, yeah. But also, look how passive Wild are. They have 4 players here, possibly trying to lull Liquid Academy into a false sense of security, but they might be doing it too much. They look like they're apprehensive going into these angles, aware of the players up on the boost. Then we're going to utilize the owl drone to secure it, but I don't think Thum knows he's been spotted.
I feel like this could be chaos unleashing in just mere seconds. When it all gets started from Donatello. Reads the play marvelously, and it feels like Wild can't do much about it. Complete collapse. And you just look at the assist there. The util from GSR and Cupid, superb.
Spike planted.
Not much realistically a lone Cypher can do in a 1v4, except maybe get a couple of exits. Just gonna give a good look into it. Gets the first onto Donatello. But surely Liquid don't offer up too much more. Go for the double peek. Got a little bit close for GSR, down to 5, but still a triple kill for him in the round, and specifically his utility over towards long Wild sat for way too long waiting, and especially with Boom being spotted out, unaware that he was in particular, especially when the owl drone got destroyed for him, it makes that bait, and especially with the smoke on towards site, isolates those players over towards long. And it just seems like Liquid just wants their way into A site.
It's good stuff. It really is. Complete change of pace. Wild haven't been allowed to get comfortable here. The lead that they have is just due to the pistol round and the follow-up they got. Early exploration. Different positions, mid, long of A.
Bensky has been pushed up into the cubby over towards A long, and with Merrick's on that longer angle, it could be trying to bait them in, but with already doing damage to the Cypher over towards Garage. They're worried about an A push. You can see the pings, they're holding for the window. Keep it actually going to re-clear this out fully. The flash is in, the shock dart's in, but it's the shot and flick through the wall that comes out, and it's shots. They don't even need to see these players, Pavlos. It's through the wall, through the smoke. And both headshots.
Smooth as butter. They may have given a favorable situation for Bensky there, but it only accounts for one. Team Liquid Academy are hot on Wild's heels. Look at that. Just a round of difference now between the two teams. Look, we knew it was an eco round for Wild, and we knew that wasn't one we could really count them in for, but this is a pivotal one. Ultimates available on both sides. Guns available for both sides. If you're Wild, you need to win this.
It's also the equalizer, right, for Liquid Academy. They had a rough start to this map, but they started slowly building their way back into it. Winning round 16, pivotal 17. They deal with the Sheriffs with ease, and now another test of how can they deal with the rifles, and their answer, Hipsy.
Donatello looking aggressive here. Maybe he can isolate Merrick. Stand up, can't do a thing. Drive by Donatello is a complete demon. Breaking through the site entirely while trying to get quickly back in as well. Deter any sort of havoc, but Donatello's hungry for it. He wants to go for the ace. The ace chase! Gets damage from the aftershock, but 5 bullets is all he needs. Dances out, doesn't care. He's gonna go for it. It doesn't matter to him that Zoom can just run away. And he can smell where Zoom hides. Such a smart player, Donatello, but he's crispy on that aim and wants to make sure Team Liquid Academy can put this game behind them.
And even with this setup over towards C, right, they had a trip exactly where Donatello had been pathing, but it's the supportive utility from that Sova, getting those shock darts out, getting those trips offline, and enabling this duelist so well. We were talking about how close all these players were in regards to kills, and now Donatello onto the attack side has just stretched his legs out onto this Neon and is now sitting at 23 and 12. Not only 10 above his teammate, but 10 above minimum everyone on this server.
Donatello just screams confidence right now. Like I feel like it's a bad boy aura from him as well. Just single-handedly doing so much. Sure, he was assisted by utility, yeah, yada yada yada, but those shots were impressive. There's no going on about it. There's no two ways about that, but
it's also using your own utility to support yourself, right? Because you could just run and slide towards backside, but it's the wall that goes out. It isolates the player backside towards Plat and also towards Slogs. The shock darts from Ninja come in, great, but it's also the Donatello's own stun that lets him get a free kill realistically onto that player backside, instantly pivots back over to look towards Slogs, and that's where the stun from GSR also comes in. So there's a lot of utility that goes into it, and it's nice to see that it is layered and being coordinated between all of these players. It was a clean sight here.
And we said it was a pivotal round. Wild are being threatened. A broken back.
I do like this from Wild though. You have the Cypher set over towards A for information, you have the camera for the late lurk up or for the retake, but also everyone is over towards B and garage, no matter what site they go to, they can pivot relatively easy, and I want to see them put fast pressure on for this retake.
And Donatello didn't use any of his utility for the initial fight, which didn't really come down to a fight. Instead, tries to take the fight on curve, goes aggressive. Hunter's Fury finds something of their own. So they've denied the spike plant, and Team Liquid Academy have completely switched up what they're going for.
But also for Wild, this was not a good round for them in regards to money. They get a couple of kills over towards side, they can start to upgrade their weapons. The only issue is they have to get past Rexstone in mid. Although Merrick's is already going to beat them over towards A, these trips aren't going to be kill trips at all. And especially with that ultimate, Rexstone's position is nullified, or at least identified, and now they have to approach it in the correct way.
Rolling Thunder enabled aggressively. Rexstone trying to choose the moment to move in, but Hyro instead is there to deliver. Double of the players available on the server for Wild. And they've also found upgrades. GSR, hand in hand with his captain. Let's see if they are enough. Oh, they just might be. Triple kill for GSR. Rolling Thunder available. Cooper is in big trouble. Can he TP on time? I don't think he can. He doesn't have it available for him even. Smoke in hand. Timing of essence. Has to walk in. Has to deny the defuse. But I'm afraid he cannot. 1.5 seconds essentially of difference for him to hold on. But Wild are able to continue to maintain the lead.
I love this sort of aggro over towards C, right? Especially with, like I said, at the start, you put all 5 players on B or garage, they come out C, you can't hit them with numbers, with utility. Marriott picks up one with the ultimate, and it's just chaos on the site. You don't let them, 1, even get the spike down, but 2, get comfortable on their site and be able to be the proactive Team Liquid Academy that we know, that want to push into CT, that want to take garage. They get the upgrades, they utilize the ultimate, and they approach the retake with ease. And Anika round 3 ultimates used short, but double digits hit for Wild.
Indeed. Better late than never. The buffer they created seems to still have them in a favorable position. Team Liquid Academy, though, poised to take over the C site. No one there to stop them. A gamble stack for Wild on the other side of the map. Now forced for a full-on retake. Overdrive available for curve. That's not too bad of an ordeal, and as well with from the shadows you can recover a lot of early information. Cupid taking the deeper angle in this while 3 players stack up together.
But they have to speed up. I was going to say because they have Ninja's ultimate for the post-ban, but he uses that proactively to stall time over towards CT, so now it's the CT push that's going to be important for Wild.
Stun already thrown in. Curve throwing in the overdrive, but GSR is quick to counteract. Hyro aggressing inwards, but who are getting the pickups? It's still favoring Wild for now. Ninja breaking away. That's a double kill. That's a big game changer. Bensky all to himself, but Rexstone is on the case. Team Liquid Academy not faltering now.
One of my cameras is broken. Oh, wait. Okay, it's fine.
Neck and neck, back to 10-10, back to an equalized scoreline, and that's something I don't think that we were expecting, both from the great start Wild had in this map, but also to the reclaim of rounds from Team Liquid. Sure, you had a couple of answers back from Wild, but so far both teams seem to be struggling on this defensive half. Sure, you have the attacker side, the composition and map of the Neon, the aggression, but they're struggling to put the aggression in the right timed places on this defensive side. Talk about aggression. Bensky's up into window.
Indeed. And it will be dealt with because there's Cypher Util. In the meantime, Team Liquid Academy have crossed into sight. Spike is in the corner. Why is that in the corner and not being planted? That is a bit of a misplay. And it's bought time for Wild to just walk in with Sheriffs. Will this really be a Sheriff round win? Zoom walking in, more like running in, and Rexstone having to collect the pieces. Huh?
$50 seconds to work with. You can make a conversation like he has time. The only issue is Wild also has the spike, has the players, has the HP, has the weaponry. All upgrades have come through over towards site.
Shadows traveling.
Looking for some sort of consolation kill towards the end, spotted out. That's going to bring Bensky back over to
30 seconds left.
reinforce over towards this A site.
But Rexthorn, with cash in hand, we'll give it a go. Bensky's just got the stun. You're right. High-low as well on a different angle. So many guarantees. Wild not taking any chances. Definitely not looking like a lower Swiss team.
But look at this retake, right? Well, it's not even a retake because they can't even get the spike down. Short was gone uncontested for so long for Wild because they had players there. They weren't able to clear out from Team Liquid, and also specifically the Thum smoke on site, that survival smoke, meant that they did want to push into Short because there was a crossfire there. And Short, even with weaker weaponry, it's just such an uncomfortable position to be in. The smoke drops, players start to come out CT, utility starts expiring, and well, Wild pick up all those kills. It's a 4v1, free upgrades, and now the switch up on the economy is starting to get there because Wild, they've just won a whole round where they had Sheriffs and a Stinger coming into it. They want to retry the luck over towards A though. They got the rifles back out. It has been a reinvestment.
Wild's aggression, though, pays dividends. Rexthorn, no more. No longer having that lurk is going to be an issue. Merrick's, for a moment there, I thought he had a chance to get the pickup. GSR with a lazy peek, peeks twice. And Team Liquid Academy can just walk into sight. Again, your team peeking with a spike, Cupert. Oh, he went into heaven, didn't he, with that? Never mind, he drops either way and gets it down into the corner. Not an issue. Rolling Thunder available as well for GSR. This could be a strong hold. But you can't make any mistakes. Not now. Not much margin for error. 4 versus 4 on this drop down. Cupid gets one, but does get exchange on the spike. Putting pressure curve. That is a ridiculous statement piece. Bensky turning it all right back around for Wild's further in danger all alone. He's got the defuse at least in his sight. Shock Duck can do a little bit more damage. Down to 10 points of health though. Bensky needs to just walk in, be the meat shield in front of his teammate, and has the capability of shooting him back. Wild, a ridiculous retake, puts them on match point.
Match point.
You can see the thought process of Liquid though, that they're worried about the no flank because of how early Rexthorn goes down over towards mid, towards window, because of the aggressive push from Garage from Curve. Great pick and super important on who it was onto. That meant the flank was completely open. But then also when GSR is stuck onto default, you have players on Liquid leaving to go re-clear because they're worried about a player coming up long, worried about a player aggressing over towards short. The ultimate's not being able to get invested to delay the retake from CT because there's no one to play off it. And when he gets bombarded with utility on site, there's not much left to do. Sure, it's an open spike plan, but when there's so many players left alive, there's not really much you can do about it, but...
Rolling Thunder will be proactive this time around. Team Liquid Academy not taking any chances. They want to make sure the site is cleared. But this is lining up to be a chaotic 5v5 retake. Boy, what a game would this be if Wild end up on top. Just wait and see if that will be the case. Flash to delay. GSR getting himself snuggled into a corner. Curve is the one to get first blood of this round though, and that could create some pacing. Stun into short. GSR instantly shot down here though. Bensky able to turn things around, but GSR locked into position. Merrick's in a 1v2 now. Spotted. Neural Theft does a lot, so Team Liquid Academy able to stay alive. Blimey, these rounds are close, but it's Liquid Academy get up to be on top this time around.
One chance for Wild to stop this from going into overtime, and yeah, what better time to use your last timeout than the last round of the half, the last opportunity you have to close this out.
I know exactly where you are.
One enemy.
Clutch Neural Theft, to be fair. Know exactly where you have to look for the clutch. Both players lined up in the right direction. Wild not taking any chances. A timeout required from them. And even though Team Liquid Academy used both of theirs the first half, it's Wild to be using their second and last one right now.
They're also going to be a little bit worse for wear. Not necessarily on weaponry, because Benty can drop over to Thum, Merrick can buy himself, but there's going to be a conversation of they're going to be on harsh shields, lower in regards to that way, and especially when you're looking towards Ninja with his ultimate back online, should they be able to get into a post plant, which they have been struggling in the sense of, for the side of Wild, 4 rounds, have been retakes, only bar one that they haven't actually been able to get either the spike down or win via kills. So for the side of Team Liquid, you're looking at getting that spike down early and being able to play with the utility that you have for the post plant, but also the time delay that it can do. Because look, Thum actually bought Odin over for Hero. That's interesting.
Ooh. And now having the operator is the best gun for the situation. Sure enough, the shock is running right after you, but you're a Neon. You can zoom away. Never mind, everything is thrown for him. They do not want to risk Curve surviving that one. But that means you use your Hunter's Fury. You use a lot of utility. There's only basically a Paranoia and a drone available for Team Liquid Academy right now. Wild on the back foot in terms of weapons. But look to group up here. Want to make sure that Team Liquid Academy aren't going for anything aggressive themselves. Drone thrown out. They spot that everybody is hiding out on site.
And also moving the trip from Garage over towards CT, thinking that's where the main retake's going to come in from. But the issue is the Odin is going to come into play. That's something you get to see often.
Oh my word. Huge play. Rexstone blinded as a bat, but still can able to splat down his opponent. Still up to GSR and Ninja, 2 very capable players in situations like this, but GSR doesn't have much of his health, so that will hinder his confidence. Hyro and Merrick's come alive at the final moment. The Irish Org of Wild are contesting for the throne.
And what a way to do it. 13-11. We were talking about the improvements of Wild coming into this split in regards to, sure, they didn't necessarily have a clean way through the lower Swiss, but coming into the upper Swiss, they have just taken down the favorites of not even just in this stage of the tournament, but also to walk away with the second victory of Northeast in general. And what a dominating fashion towards the start. Sure, it got a little bit close towards the end, but it seemed to be a switch flicked in the brains of those Wild players just to be able to close that out, and how cleanly it was, taking the sacrifice of not having Vandals on all the players, putting a sting onto Thum and getting that Odin out, which comes into play at the very end.
Indeed. Wow, what a game. Explosive. And honestly, Emiricom showing that Wild plays it better than Team Liquid Academy here. It got close. It got close. It could have really gone either way, but honestly, we said it would be a hard time for Wild and individuals like Curve to go head-to-head against some of the most talented players this region has seen, in at least mechanically wise, right? And they didn't struggle as much as we thought they would. A complete showdown, really well played, and Curve will be topping the charts on their side of the table. Donatello, standout performances from both Neons, to be fair.
Yeah, and just looking at the first kills that Curve was able to get, obviously looking towards the Neons to be able to get those just with the utility kit that they have, but it wasn't just on the attack side that we saw this player be able to shine with those entries, and a lot of those rounds where the mid picks were coming through, especially coming over onto Rexstone a couple of the rounds, it gave Wild so many more opportunities in the rounds themselves to be able to go for flanks, to be able to pull and push rotations from Team Liquid Academy in general, and also just make them scared of further flank possibilities. When you lose that Cypher early on, it's not a comfortable position to be in.
I'm going to call out the production team here and say that at the start of today, while we were in the call discussing about what the games are going to look like, someone said, "Oh, we've got the first seed and the last seed competing in the final match," and the another person said, "Should be a quick one, right?" No, no, it was a very competitive game, and I'm so glad that was the case. I'm so glad it was such a competitive endeavor, and Wild coming out on top definitely shows that the teams coming in from the lower Swiss are here
to compete. But let's have an overlook of what happened today overall. Look, the lower Swiss teams continue the trend of being competitive, right?
Yeah, definitely. And I'm just excited. Obviously, they're not going to be streamed, and there are community streams you can watch, but it's more of what's going to be going on in that 1-0 and 0-1 bracket, right? Because you wouldn't expect Team Liquid Academy to be going down into that portion of the Swiss so early on. But yeah, having an overlook of what actually happened today, Zero Tenacity, Sweet and Sour, after a relatively impressive and incredible comeback from a 2-10 to a 13-11. Shout out to them for the mental resilience. And then also the last two matches of the day, unfortunately, for the third match, it was I can't pronounce the name of the Desi Ulysse. That is the one. Yeah. They were able to walk away, and it was again similar to the matchup we had just now. It was competitive at the start, and then it was just streaks of rounds that were being able to put together by a team or two, and that was like a 13-6 or something, and they were only able to get one into that second half. So we've had both sides of the coin, one team dominating and closing out those games early, but also we've had some banger matchups and some close affairs today.
Well, when it comes to the official broadcast, this is it until playoffs, but you get to witness the action of the main Swiss stage from co-streamers between the 5th and 8th of April. And yeah, you'll make sure to follow all the social media below as well. That will be popping up on your screen as well momentarily to keep up with the action, know which co-streamers are streaming which game, so you make sure you don't miss any of the action. So, because look, today was just a day. It tasted yesterday as well of what these teams can do, and it's safe to say that is a very close competition all across the board, and anyone really could make the top 4 into the next Challengers EMEA Summer.
Yeah, definitely. And yeah, it's just more of, I'm so excited to see the best of 3s, right? These are just best of 1s. You can talk about anything can happen, like especially with rounds having pop-off rounds and stuff. It's harder to replicate stuff like that over longer series. It's similar to what I was saying about Sweet and Sour. You were talking about they can replicate 2-10 comes back often. I hope they can, just to keep things interesting, but also being able to replicate that in best of 3s is a lot more difficult, and it's a lot more hardship for those teams to go through. And I think with the new map pool, a lot of the teams are going to be tested on extending the map pool, obviously coming up with new ideas with the new compositions and new meta that we're shifting into with those new maps. And we've already seen some new things on Ascent that I am super excited to hopefully see more as this split progresses.
Oh yeah, it's looking great. The Challengers, Challengers Northeast. It's always a mouthful, but Challengers Northeast only gets better from here, folks. It's the biggest region of EMEA, and it's showing off for a reason. Hope to see you guys on Players for the official broadcast, but like I said, make sure you stay in tune for all the watch parties that are going on for the main Swiss stage until then. But thank you very much for joining us this weekend. It's been a pleasure having you and watching these games. Pleasure casting with you as well, Summer, and thank you to the production team for making this all possible. Until then, have a great night, have a great evening, and yeah, see you in for playoffs.
visit your dreams. You can see you hear it. You know the cheese near when you sleep. I be under your bed and I hear. I hear your fear. Shake it thirsty, beat. I'm a thirsty beat, real thirsty. Like a snitch on me. Now wake up. Wanna hear you scream. It's not a dream. Run for your life, I hunt your heart. You can chase me, but I make